Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. We up in here. What you like to do on Wednesday night is hang out with us, man, talk about some of everything under the sun and the Chicago Bears. And guess what? We're all prepared, man, and ready to get out here into the streets of YouTube and talk that talk like we do every single week on this show, man. We're going to have a bunch to talk about. Of course, you know, some of the headliners are the Caleb Williams and Max Crosby conversation, which my two guys, I'll get into that when we start getting human, man, because it's a story that comes with that. We'll get into that Aguadilla incident in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, which I don't know that a lot of people know about.
Oh, sorry, I have to do it.
We're going to get into some of the details of that. You know, we got food, we got drink, we got movies to talk about, and this week is going to be kind of good. I would just say that, man. It's going to be a few movies. We got three of them. Let's see if we can get to all three of them. But two of them I know for sure we should be able to get to. But that's what we're going to do tonight, man. Welcome in, everybody, as people start to trickle into the show. Welcome. But let me stop talking for a second and bounce past this rock over to Canada and see what the Canuck got for us.
What to do, y'all? Welcome. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. You know, been a pretty decent week for the guy. No complaints. I had to take a little time out for myself on Friday and get shit-faced. So there's that. I'm feeling much better now. And, you know, be back at it doing the darn thing as we do right about this time. Shout-outs to both my brothers here at the Nomad Network and at Sports Chicago Style, as well as myself at Kids and Canuck. Give us all a bunch of love, like, share, subscribe. We're going to get into some fun for you guys. So shout outs to the Cloud Chasers Radio for being the first guy in the chat.
Hey, yo, Cloud Chasers, I think I saw you on a clip or something. I think I saw him on a clip.
What kind of clip?
I was like, wait a minute, is that Cloud Chasers Radio that I know?
What kind of clip?
It was I think it was a football clip or a basketball clip. Cloud Chasers, let me know. It might have been a Bulls, it might have been a Bears. I just can't remember what. I know I was looking at a couple of shorts and I thought I seen a Cloud Chasers Radio out there. But if it is you, man, hey, good on you for being out there, man. I think from what we talked about, you was ready to get out there and start doing some stuff anyway. So glad you finally got to that point and start putting it on out there, man. So if that was you, congrats, my boy.
You sure it wasn't OnlyFans?
No,
it wasn't one of them clips.
That's just you.
No, I'll pay for it. You get it free.
Yeah.
What up, Dan? What's going on, man?
Dan Brown. Downtown Dan Brown.
Well, yeah, man. Triple R, man, what's going on, man? Let's just get human right quick. Let's just jump on into that, man. So we can stop the
cooling in the shade, drink a little lemonade. It's been a couple days. To all those that partaking in imbibe, cheers to one and all. Everything's everything. Everything's everything.
What about you, kids, man? What's been going on with you this week, man? How's life?
Just basically this, man. It's ice cold out here in Canada, so you know, do a little bit of love to Caleb Williams at the same time, but nothing major. Just working my way through a little situation, and if everything turns up roses, I will let you guys know in full in the weeks to come. But fingers crossed. Pray for the dude. I'll pray for you back. Mad love out.
Good enough. I'll tell you what, let me go on and get into a little bit of my week. So let me just ask you guys this question. You ever been included in a text chain that you didn't want to be involved in? like somebody added you to a communication chain, like a block text, and you don't want to be involved with it because it's constantly alerting and chirping and people constantly talking in there. Ever been in one of those?
In many, yes.
So
Yeah, I don't do those.
Yeah. So I told you guys that like I'm the family like go-to guy from when it comes to barbecue and ribs in particular. They come to me with that stuff, man. And so about a week ago, one of my grandmother's friends, as a matter of fact, but everybody in the family knows her, knows her family. The families are quite close together, so a family friend. She passed away, and one of my aunts had to get involved and was like, hey, do y'all need anything for the repast? And that's how it starts. And right away, somebody, I guess, now I'm seeing this stuff. They ain't started including them into the that family. So we got a bunch of my family in there. We got a bunch of these people's family in there, and they all going back and forth. So what comes out of it is we need 4 pans of rib tips, right? I'm like, oh shit. And I ignored this thing for days. It's I almost, unincluded myself in it. It's going off so much, man. And it's irritating, man. Because I'm busy doing shit and I'm just trying to mind my business. I don't have time for that right now. I would have if they would have just came out and asked me, hey, yo, you can eat these. I'm just like, I don't want to, but yeah, I do it. Somebody passed away. Of course I ain't gonna say no. But they just did it indirectly. So the thing goes quiet for like say 12, 24 hours, 18 hours or something like that. And I think they just waiting on me to respond. No, everybody said something. I ain't responded. And so finally on the 3rd, 4th day, and my mother comes calling me. And I was just like, I heard about it, Mom. I heard about it. She's just like, well, can you at least give us $25 so we can get a collection going on so we can get them? I'm like, yeah, I'd be glad to give $25, man. But Lord, don't ask me to make all them ribs. So if you never made, I know a lot of people in the Chicago area, everybody is eating them out in the streets. But if you've never made them like for a family, so a case of those things would be like 40 pounds or something. And in order to get 4 pans of rib tips, we talking about big pans, kids, and trips. That's about 3.5, 4 cases. So 120 pounds of them. They're just sticks of fat and membrane that you got to clean and take care of. It takes you, just for one case of them, takes me 6 hours to do them right. Think about what happens when you have to do 3 and 4 cases of them. Ribs everywhere. It's just too much work, man. And I was praying when she called me. I picked up that phone. I was like, Lord, help me. Please don't ask me to do that. And she's just like, can you at least get 25? I'll be glad. Hell yeah. What do you want me to send it? Send it right now. But man, I dodged the bullet, man. Big time, dog. Because I did not want to cook all them rib tips, bro. I'm just at that point in my life where I'm just not excited about it no more.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Shit.
And it's a hell of a lot more expensive than $25.
Yeah,
$25 to get you an order with some white bread and some fries and some coleslaw. Get you a drink on the side.
Man, dude. Yeah, Kaz, me describing that to you, I don't think unless you've seen a case of rib tips and what they look like when you unpackage those things and you put them in your sink and you got to unthaw them first because there's just big brick of strips of meat. And you unthaw them first. And then once you got them loose, now you got to start taking, it's a ton of fat on them. Absolute shit ton of it. And membrane all over the place. So you got to strip all of that off of them, get all that off of them, clean them again and get them right, season them, get them in some marinade and let them things soak for a couple of days before you even put them on the grill. Once you put them on the grill, that's a whole back and forth thing all within itself. And I'm telling you, it is, by the time I'm done with them, I don't even want to eat them. It's so much of it.
Ah, man, you want to see those things again, man. I'm with you.
Dude, it's pretty rough, man.
Well avoided, sir. I will applaud you in that respect. Well avoided.
Man, I thought I was gonna get cussed out, man, because I know they was waiting on me. But anyway, man, how about y'all? Y'all want to anything else before we get into some food and drink?
Well, I think we can fast track this week, man. Like I say, things are pretty status quo, pretty stable in my world right now. Nothing too spectacular. But yeah, what about you, Trip? Everything copacetic?
Yeah, everything's everything. Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Let's get into some food right quick, man. Get a little something in your belly before we start drinking. Hold on, make sure I got this right. Let's check this out, man. I thought this was a pretty good recipe, man. What y'all think?
Chicken
creamy,
ramen
creamy chicken ramen soup. Ingredients: bell pepper, carrots, chicken, onion, garlic, curry powder, ramen noodles, coconut milk, chicken broth, salt, pepper, cayenne, cilantro, and lime. You see that the cilantro, the lime, that just gives it that Tex-Mex kind of vibe and flavor. You know, everything else is like your basic ramen ingredients, and then that curry powder. That's interesting.
I think the lime and the cilantro is totally, unless you want that flavor, I think it's totally unnecessary in this dish, to be honest with you. But the curry, like I was telling you before, kids, I got plenty of that in my cabinets, man, and I'm never really use it. You know what I mean? It's just there. I might have, sprinkled that stuff on a little something here or there, but never really used it. But more recently, I'm starting to really, really enjoy the taste of curry on a variety of things, and yet to have put it in a soup. But this is giving me ideas. So one thing I will tell you about this dish right here, don't go to Aldi's and get those 50-cent pack of noodles. Don't get those, man. Get you some good ramen, dude. Buy you some good real ramen. It's a boatload of difference buying the real ramen versus some of the stuff you get out of these, blockchain stores. I'm telling you, if you never had good ramen, then you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But it's a difference.
Yeah, basically get you rice noodles.
Well, that's different.
Well, yeah, because what are ramen? They're rice noodles, aren't they? But just thinner cut, not flat.
They're actually usually
they're rice noodles, man.
They're usually egg. But I don't like it. No, I actually hate it. Like, I'm like, let's just be honest. On normal pretenses, I grew up as poor folk. So you know what I mean? Like, I've been ate my ramen, and I am not turning back. I make my own money. I don't have to eat this.
Hey, bro, you sound like my brother, man, who went to jail. That came out. That's
you know what I'm saying? Like,
came out of jail. He said, "Man, I ain't never eaten ramen.
I'm not eating that shit again." Like, so it's funny. My daughter brought some home. Like, she went to they just opened up a ramen restaurant just around the corner from my spot. So she came home with a big old bowl of ramen. I was like, "Damn, what you got there?" She said, "Oh, I got some noodles, Daddy. I got some ramen." I was like, "Okay, let me get some of that. I gotta test this out." So I tested it out, and like immediately I was like, "You know what? I'm good. Like, I don't like this." So the reason why I don't like ramen, it's got everything to do with the noodles. As I've told you guys before, I'm a soupy man. I like soup. I do. So everything else with the slight exceptions of a couple of things here. So I'm not a big fan of coconut milk. I know I'm from an island. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of cilantro and lime together. It's weird for me. It's like a weird flavor. I like it in very specific things, but I don't know if I would like it.
We're talking about that you don't like. Say it again, kids. I'm sorry.
Coconut milk, cayenne. Sorry, not cayenne. Coconut milk, cilantro, and lime.
What you don't like about the coconut milk? Sweetness.
for the better part of my life, I've hated the flavor of coconut. Up until the last 5 years, it's not just the flavor, but also the texture.
Kids, it's not like that's gonna come out in the soup. It's not. It's just gonna be a hint of a little sweetness that coconut milk brings.
I don't know. Like I'm telling you, just something that kind of drives me crazy, and I avoid it like the plague. But at this point in life, I can stand coconut. I've started to sort of get over it and started to like it a little bit. But it's just one of those weird things I grew up on. It's a little ridiculous story that I don't think I've ever told this story here. But when I was a kid, we always used, like, my mom would always have a little thing of, like, a little package of coconut cream, which is just like the inside of coconut. You can shave it off into whatever you want. And I was, I'd always open the fridge, look at this stuff, and be like, what's it like? What is she putting that in? Oh, well, whatever. Get my cereal and go off and eat. And one day I come in the kitchen and I'm watching my mom, and she's shaving up the coconut cream into a pot of rice and peas. And I grabbed her and I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, why are you putting coconut in that? You don't need coconut in there. She's like, "Son, I've been putting coconut in your rice and peas for your entire life. You eat rice and peas at least 3 times a week. I just didn't tell you that I was putting coconut. It's part of the recipe. That's how you make it." And I was mortified, blown away. Moving forward, I learned how to make rice and peas. I put coconut in it, and it's fine. It's great, actually. The flavor profile is important to keep true. So is what it is. But I've never been a fan of I'm not a fan of coconut. I will avoid it. But that's just the truth. That's me. But as far as the noodle perspective, Trips was like, get rice noodles. I agree with that. I like rice vermicelli noodle. They're very thin and light. And they take like no time, like a minute and a half to cook.
Sometimes those are good with when you're doing some kind of shrimp Alfredo or chicken Alfredo or something.
Yeah, you could do it like that. I really like it in a soup. It's really nice in a soup. So all of these ingredients, I would personally remove the ramen and insert vermicelli, and I'm off to the races for the most part.
Okay, let me say real quick. I'm gonna go over these ingredients real quick. First of all, bell pepper and onion should be in everything that you put in your belly. That includes Cheerios. Put it in there too. But the carrots, the chicken, the curry powder, man. Here's the thing about ramen. Most people that eat ramen noodles getting the stuff right there out of their local grocery store, the Manchurian ramen noodles that everybody eats. I hadn't touched those things for a long period of time.
A lot of sodium.
Yeah. And so that's what I was about to say. I towards the end of my girlfriend's mom's life, we were finding anything soft that she could eat, anything that she didn't have to really chew, things that just slide right down her gullet, right? So I made quite a bit of those, and it helps to add weight to it, because when they get to a certain part of their lives, they start losing a lot of weight really rapidly, and it gets scary. And so you try to fatten them back up, and that's a good way to do it. And so I had some right before she passed. I can't tell you, like, I felt every single ounce of those noodles. It was a pack of them because I hadn't had them in a long time. I just whipped them up, put some cheese in them. Man, I felt those noodles had me feeling so heavy, man. And I'm just one of them people now that doesn't eat a lot of pasta. So anything pasta related I'm gonna feel that. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to somebody that eats pasta on a regular basis. But yeah, you're right about the sodium intake too, man. They're heavy in salt, man. They're very heavy. So be careful with the ramen. Make sure you wash them off. That's the key to it. Get some of that starchy stuff off of it. Give them a good rinse, a good thorough rinse. That will help a whole lot. Enjoy them, but make sure you give them a real thorough rinse under cold and hot water. That would be my suggestion to you. But anything else before we get out of this?
Yeah, but definitely whatever kind of noodles you choose to use, I wouldn't recommend putting all of them in the pot. because if you don't eat the whole pot at that first sitting, if you put them in the refrigerator, the noodles are going to get mushy. And so when you reheat it, it's not going to be right. So whatever portion, or at least I saw this on the clip of Chef Trips, a MF in the kitchen, when he was on here live and made ramen, the fee pho dumb, and he measured out the amount of noodles that you want in a bowl. So get whatever amount you want for that serving, and then put it into your soup and let it cook like the vermicelli. Cooks in a minute. From raw in the soup, so it absorbs that flavor.
I got a hack for you, Trip.
But don't leave it all in there. Scoop it all out. And spaghetti the same way. Go ahead.
I got a hack for you. I learned over the years. Like if you get your noodles to al dente, and if you know what al dente is, you know what al dente is. You get those things to al dente, and you don't plan on using them all in that pot right there. And you want to save some for a little bit later for the reasons that Trip is talking about. Because the more they cook, the more they expand, the more they get mushy. So a hack for that is you blanch them. And so as soon as you get the portion of it out that you want to put in this pot, the remainder of those bad boys, you put in some ice cold water with a container that has a lid on it, and they will remain the same way till the next time you eat them. Trust me, I had to learn. I'm shit. I must be some Italian in my blood because I grew up in a family of pasta eating MFers, if you ever want to meet some. And I had to learn how to navigate that, what Trip is talking about. When you don't eat that shit right away, are they any kind of good the next day or the day after that? That's how you do it. That's a hack that I learned. You blanch them bad boys in some ice cold water, leave them in some ice cold water, and put a lid on them, and they will remain just like they were when you took them out.
Yeah, because I know the actual rice noodles, you soak them in the water for like an hour. But instead of leaving them in the water, you can take those actually out after an hour, toss them with a little olive oil so they don't stick, and then you can store them in a Tupperware, and they'll last in the refrigerator. And then once you want to reheat your soup, then you can take those still. I mean, once you put them in the water, they're not cooked. They're still raw, but they're more flexible and pliable and usable. Then you take those out and then put them in the soup to reheat, and then they'll cook in there. So either way, just put in fresh noodles every time you make a fresh bowl.
All right. It's my last thoughts on this, man. But again, I will just say that the curry powder is something that's fallen heavily into my favor right now. I'm really, really enjoying it in a bunch of different varieties of stuff that I make. Like I snuck it on chicken recently in the last couple of months. My girlfriend didn't even know it, and she complimented me, which she doesn't hardly do now. She's used to my cooking. Hardly the compliments come anymore. But, she was just like, ooh, this chicken's good. I never did tell her because she didn't like curry. Yeah, I just snuck it on there. I didn't tell her shit. But all right, man, let's get to this next.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like Kez was saying, and like she was saying, if you don't tell people what's in stuff, they really don't know.
And it's like fair at the same time, Trish. So that's a little unfair too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you make a pot like this, and it's like, oh, this is good, and it's like, yeah, it is, and it's like it's got shit in there you don't like, of course, but it's still good. But if it's something in there, it's like, oh yeah, I like that. Oh, I don't like that. Well, you just ate it, so you do.
Hey, you know what? Who is this? I think this is Chris Foster. My girlfriend, when I met her, she could not stand bell peppers. Could not stand them. And I snuck them in a dish, and she didn't know it was there. And now, pretty much, and over some time, pretty much everything I make, she always asks, did you put the bell pepper in it? So that just goes to show you, I mean, people's palates start to change, you know what I mean? Like Kez is talking about over his life, he couldn't stand the coconut milk, man. But, over time, as your palate changes, you start to, like, I admire a lot of stuff that I previously wouldn't have really, I'd have turned a nose up to it, like curry anything until I went to Jamaica. To be honest with you, but that changed my palate. It helped expand it. That's
Dan Brown was saying his daughter doesn't eat onions or peppers. Man, I used to I used to hate onions as a kid. I used to, like, if I went to McDonald's, my mom, got me a McDonald's burger, little hamburgers. I would spend the entire time picking the damn onions, little chopped up onions out of
do that with spaghetti, man.
I used to hate the cheeseburgers because it was even harder to get the damn, you know what I mean? Because there's cheese in there and now it's all smushed up and like baked in. And damn it, I hate the cheeseburger. I would pick all these onions. Now you couldn't, like, if you don't put onions in the meal, I'm questioning your life choices. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure how you.
That's the truth.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? How? Anyhow, onions are the bomb. I love onions.
Oh yeah.
And my brother-in-law is the same way. And I'm like, dude, you need to mess around, mess with some onions, man. Onions are awesome. But anyways,
I just can't remember. I was exactly the same way when my mother. And spaghetti, I always be telling Mom, don't put too many onions in. I ain't put that many onions or no peppers and stuff. I used to pick all that shit out of my mother's spaghetti, all of it. And by the time I'm done, by the time I get ready to eat it, is then they're getting cold. And oh man, because I could not stand to see. I didn't want to. They always still had a slight crunch to it. And
it's the texture. This is what I was about to say. It's the texture that gets you, and that's the same thing I assume with the peppers. Which reminds me of my mom's burgers, because my mom's, black people burgers. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? You chop up big ass pieces of green pepper.
No. We got McDonald's at home.
You all know what I'm talking about.
We got McDonald's at home.
Oh man, but like, it grows on you. Like at this age, you're like, damn, like why aren't there peppers in this burger? You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of a different thing. But man, like Chris Foster, like at this point, Eddie Murphy, at this point, I actually raw onions is cool with me. Like even raw red onions on like a salad, not so damn bad. I had a really bomb ass salad the other day, and the red onions really made it kick. So
see, I ain't crossed that threshold yet, man.
No, I'm telling you, bro.
I ain't crossed that threshold yet to be eating on the salad. I don't want them on no salad, man.
I'm telling you, like at this point, I don't. Because I'm not really like a salad eater. Like I don't like salad. I just power through salad. You know what I mean? So somebody presented me with a salad. It happened to have red onions on it. So I was just like, you know what I'm saying?
My boy, if you don't like salad, that to me tells me you haven't had a properly made Mediterranean salad.
Oh, no. That's like the one salad, like, well, Greek Mediterranean is what you're talking about?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. That's the salad that I actually really like. I'll actually go out and get a Greek salad, like I will. But
like
that don't really catch me. Don't really catch me going out ordering a salad and shit. Like,
kids, we know that you fronting. Not only do you eat salad, you toss salad. So stop
oh, damn.
We lined that shit up for him so well he couldn't let it go.
Oh Lord,
let it go.
Lord. See, yeah, God. We talking about food too. Oh Lord.
Where do we go next?
All right, here we go.
I hope you don't have a damn salad on the menu now.
Hey, you nasty up there in Canada. Damn.
I just wonder who grew up eating stuff like this, man. And is it still something they eat? Do they still enjoy it?
Oh, chili mac. Hell yeah.
Well, in Canada for sure, yeah.
Go ahead.
Chili mac, the ingredients: elbow macaronis, onion, bell pepper, garlic, the holy trio, chili seasoning, ground beef or ground turkey, tomato paste, chili beans, cheddar cheese, stewed tomatoes, and chicken broth.
Important. Those last, let me see, 5 things there. Make sure you got the tomato paste. Make sure you got the right chili beans. Or you can go kidney beans, whatever you like. But the cheddar, the cheddar is what takes that over the top, man. My mother makes a bomb when I say absolute bomb, the only difference is in her dish is she uses just regular thin spaghetti. So just replace the elbow macaronis with the spaghetti. I started adding the cheddar. You know, she never did that in her dish, but you didn't need it in hers, man. That chili mac be so good, but that's just something I started doing. And I've even went so far as to throw a little sour cream in this.
Yeah, that's a nice jazz up. And then also the onion, you know, when you say onion, you think about when you brown the beef or the ground turkey or whatever meat you use, that you put the raw onion in there and let them, you know, brown and soften and cook in there. But another jazzy chili mac upgrade, I saw somebody in the chat. Was that Caleb? Somebody. But I think it was that said onions. Like if you slowly saute some onions, you know, cut them in half and then or quarters actually, and let them, you know, cook separately, and then add them after the beef is browned, and then, you know, add the pasta and everything. That's just another level advancement.
Yeah. Is this you familiar with this up in Canada, kids?
Come on now. So
I don't know, man. This regional.
So I'm just saying, crap. Like y'all get KD out there, craft dinner.
Yeah.
So the craft company is Canadian, right? They're a Canadian company. That's macaroni and cheese is like every Canadian kid eats macaroni and cheese. There's no escaping this shit.
All right. Well, how do you make it though? With water or with milk?
I do it with milk. Like really, if you're doing it with water, it's because you have an aversion to milk. You know what I'm saying? Like you should be using. You should.
Well, because see in the hood, it's like you lucky just to have a mac.
You ain't have no milk. Okay, right. Like that's fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean? So you would use however many cups, like 6 cups of water, and you boil the macaroni and cheese. But once
I'm pissed off.
Once I got resources, and I was like, oh shit, this how the people with money living, and you put like a cup of or 2 cups of milk in there, and then mix the cheese up in there, and then throw a little garlic powder, a little onion powder, and then mix that up in there and let the cheese sauce dissolve, and then you put the macaroni in there and you let that cook, and then you ain't got to drain nothing. You just eat it right out that pot.
Right out the pot, bro. Right out the pot.
Like dog, they've got a hamburger helper has a shame on me for still even eating that shit once in a while. And I still enjoy it.
I can't ever eat that again as an adult. I'll you know what I mean? I will do this. I'll do the whole thing. I can't do the hamburger helper thing.
Well, I'm just saying,
as a kid, delicious.
I can take a plain ass box of hamburger helper you get right out of the store and turn that into a masterpiece. Just by little things I've learned over the years on how to do certain stuff, what to add to it. You know, you just put your own flair to these things. And I always enjoyed hamburger helper as a child, man. It was
good back in the day.
I mean, I enjoy macaroni and cheese. I like ground beef in there, you know, all that kind of stuff that comes with it. But man, I've done so many different things. I've done it with an Italian sausage ground beef mix. I've done it with both of those, added crumbled bacon, cheddar. I've used white cheddar. I've used queso. I've used
all that people with money food.
Man, dude, I
didn't hear you say nothing about you get you you get you a box of mac and cheese. Maybe it's the KD, the craft dinner, but more than likely it's the generic. And then like you gotta slice up you some hot dogs,
brother. That's
in there. Or if you ain't got no hot dogs, you open up a can of tuna.
That's the shit you did when you were
that tuna fish in there, and then you open up a can of some green beans and put up. I'm sorry, check that. Green peas. And put that in there, or corn with the mac and cheese and the tuna, and now you got a little ghetto-fied stew. Like the good folks.
They got fucking tuna helper too, Trish. Just buy that shit.
Well,
Well,
sometimes
so
you
what
sometimes
he's
you get it, but when you look in the cabinet and it's like, mac and
ain't
cheese.
shit in here.
There's a can of tuna.
All right, I tell you
Ooh,
what. Hey,
there's
Trips
some
and Kids. The
cheese.
last time I did this, I tell you
Casserole
what I did.
time.
I added chopped. I sizzled up some little ham chunks and put some caramelization on them bad boys and threw them in here, man, or some cheddar cheese, bruh.
You
And I
see, now
put
you want to ghettoify that, just say spam.
nah, dog, I told you that's for the apocalypse, man. We're gonna get to that a little later. You don't eat that shit, Trips.
No,
The apocalypse.
it's actually food.
I'm trying to tell you, man, you save that shit for that rainy day that is coming, but it ain't today. You don't eat that shit. You leave it in the cabinet. Don't eat it.
Well, all I can tell you is like what Trip just described was two things. So the first thing is it was my first 2 years of living outside of my mama's house because that was all that was in my cupboard was Kraft dinner and tuna, and that was it. The other thing that might be in the cupboard is bully beef. I don't know if y'all know corned beef.
What?
Corned beef. Yeah.
Yo, love corned beef hash.
So I would corned beef up.
No,
My mac and cheese, bro. I'd fry some corned beef up, throw that in there, and away I go. That's my dinner under normal pretenses back in the day when I just moved out. But my sister as a kid was super picky and like she'll eat like Caribbean food, traditional Caribbean food, craft dinner, and hot dogs. Like that's all she would eat. So how frequent it was just whipping up some KD, chopping up some hot dogs, and throwing that in a bowl for her was like a daily thing, man. Trust me, it's all we used to eat when we were kids.
So like my I can make a mean hash. I don't like corned beef, but corned beef hash with some I get my own potatoes and onions and dice them up and add to it. Like if I had a can out of the cabinet, if I add my own mixture of potatoes, onions, and all that to it, maybe I can eat that. Maybe a little cheese or something, some kind of cheese. I can eat that, but otherwise, just eating a corned beef sandwich, it's entirely too salty for me.
Oh, I wouldn't. Oh, you see, now you got me. I would. Yeah, I would never even eat a corned beef sandwich. But in the Caribbean, what we do is it's similar. We cook dumpling. It's a fried dumpling. They're delicious. You use self-raising flour to make it, and it's basically just water and self-raising flour. So like super simple dumpling. We fry that up. Fry up the corned beef. If you fry up the corned beef hash, it takes a little bit of the salt out. You gotta put chopped onions in there again. Washes out a fair amount of the salt. Now you got some a little something to eat with your dumpling, and that's like a regular Caribbean breakfast. Trust me. So, that's where the corned beef really comes into play. Same thing with the mac and cheese. That macaroni is going to take out a fair amount of that salt that you would be getting from the corned beef. So it's a nice little.
Hey, by the way, so most people, and I still have a lot of them around the house because I just keep them for, purposes of, bad days might be ahead. I do keep a lot of seasonings in storage in my reserve shelter down there. But it's very easy to make a chili seasoning blend. Very, very easy.
Yeah.
You probably got most of the shit in your cabinet anyway.
All I need is chili powder and a couple other things. I'm good to go.
Cumin, chili powder.
Got that.
Little cayenne.
Got that. Right.
Same other shit, garlic and
I made a bomb ass chili the other day too, man, and that's exactly the base. I don't outsource my chili sauce. You know what I mean? You cook that up from scratch. Throw some real chili peppers in there to get that spice, that heat, that flavor, and you're good to go, man. Trust me.
Don't leave out the stewed tomatoes. Number one, gotta have those.
The most important piece. Gets that vinegar flavor.
I think to me the choice of beans that you put in there is almost close to the most important thing, other than the chili seasoning. Chili seasoning blend that you use.
When you say choice of beans, what are you putting? What do you choose? What beans are you using?
Well, I like the there's a couple of brands out there that have multiple beans. Like some people might just like kidney beans, but I like a chili bean mix, like a bean that comes in a chili sauce. To kind of throw in there, and I just add.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so for me, it's red kidney beans and black beans. That's how I make my chili. I put them both in there with the rest of the stuff we just discussed, and be off to the races. Bomb ass chili the other day.
This is like I made this for what was it, Christmas dinner or something, whatever. We was having a little holiday dinner, and I made this, but my mother's way, the same way you see it on TV. It only had pasta in it, and everybody like scrolls was just like, "What? This is chili, man? You got spaghetti in there?" I'm just like, "This is how I grew up eating." It's like, "No, dog, it's good as shit." They was
pasta is pasta. What you got is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I broke them. You know how most people break their pasta in half? I broke them shits up like 4 ways.
Oh damn, where's Crimson?
And he be cussing you out.
Yeah, but I like a chili bean mix. It's got a little kidney, it's got a little red bean in there. They got some of them even have black beans in there, which I like. Just that mixture of the beans, and it comes already in that stewed chili sauce, and it just adds to what I've already concocted in the first place, and it just brings the flavor to another level. And you start doing a little extra shit like putting cheddar cheese and sour cream in that shit, man. You kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
I'll smash a whole pot of this. Give me a couple 2-3 days.
I just like to say this to the world. I'm not the biggest fan of sour cream. I don't know what it is. My wife loves it, and like every I don't like. It's gonna be different than what you would get, where you're at. It's not like I don't like it. It's just like I can totally live without sour cream under all pretenses. It's not necessary.
Wait a minute, even on tacos?
I don't need it on a taco, man. I just need meat, lettuce, some salsa, hot sauce. I'm out. Like if the sauce is
what is it about the sour cream? It's got to be.
What about a baked potato?
Don't need it.
Oh,
I just don't. It's like it is an extra thing. People enjoy it. It's okay. I don't need it though.
Well, I mean, there's a thing between need and want and enjoy.
Like I'm like exactly what Chris Foster is saying there. Don't put sour cream on anything, but if it's on there, okay, yeah, I'll eat it. I'll eat it.
I get pissed at my girlfriend because I make a mean. When I say mean, I mean this shit's aggressively mean pot of chili, and I ain't talking about spiciness. I'm just talking about the flavor. It's just off the chain.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend F's it up every single time, putting all that sour. I was like, you
should put sour cream in there?
I get mad, man. I was like, you want me to make you a fucking burrito or something? What the fuck?
See,
I'm like, enjoy the taste. You know how long it took me to make that?
I'm laughing because that was the last iteration of this of my anti-sour cream saga, because I went to the store, got all the ingredients to make my chili for Super Bowl, started cooking everything up, and the wife came in the kitchen. She was like, "Oh, you got everything? What did you get?" And I started listing everything off. She's like, "No sour cream?" It's like, well, like every time I go to the store, I'm buying sour cream for her for some reason.
Well, I mean, it goes with everything. You can have it with eggs. You can have it
eggs and sour cream.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Why
like
would you do that?
Do you eat ketchup with your eggs?
No.
Hey man, just remember who you
I have.
This man put sardines in his spaghetti.
Well, you said hot sauce.
The man put sardines in his spaghetti.
I'm like, when it comes to eggs, I'm a bit of a traditionalist. Just give me salt and pepper, and I'm happy. I'll eat eggs with just salt and pepper.
I could tell you the logic behind what Trips is talking about. In this way only now, Trips. It's like I've done this before, putting milk in my scrambled eggs and hot sauce.
Yeah.
And what it will do is bring you a certain amount of fluff to your eggs, your scrambled eggs, and another layer of flavor to your eggs that you couldn't imagine before. So I can imagine what if sour cream, I put it in the beet mixture.
Well, that as well, but I'm talking about let's say you make your eggs however you make them, scrambled
I'm
or
trying to
easy, sunny side up, and then like you get a little puddle of ketchup or a little puddle of sour cream, and it's just like a condiment. Just like you dip your French fries in ketchup, or you dip your French
You
fries
see,
in sour cream, or you dip your French fries in mayo. It's just a different condiment.
I don't need a condiment with everything. You know what I mean? Like that's just
Well,
where I'm
good
at.
for you. Congratulations. You won goddamn medal.
I think I deserve a fucking medal. I think I deserve a medal. In some situations, as Dan Brown has pointed out, I'm a purist, especially with eggs. But I am gonna test. I'm gonna test what Nomad just sort of put together between the two of you. And next time I make scrambled eggs, I'm gonna throw some sour cream in there as opposed
Because
to.
you won't really taste it. I mean, as long as you don't put too much in there.
I
But
usually use
just
milk and cream, but
it will.
I'll
It
try.
will add, yeah.
Hey man,
I'll try sour cream.
hey kids, I'll just tell you this. I'm like, I don't know who made this song, but your whip game better be proper. You want to use any of that stuff, hot sauce, milk, or sour cream.
Yeah.
You got your whip game. You got good wrists. You got to whip that shit.
Mhm.
I mean,
And then
whip
sometimes
real good.
it's like if you get tired, you got to switch hands and go with the stranger.
You got to really whip it to get that
You got to
fluff.
whip it good.
Whip it good.
Get that fluff and have that pan hot and plenty of butter up under there, and you're gonna have there's gonna be some of the best eggs you've ever eaten.
Because you want that layer of the butter between the skillet and the eggs to be really hot. So when you put the egg in there, it sizzles right up and it makes that nice little layer on the underneath.
And don't go beating the egg up in the pan. Just take your time and it's kind of sift it through there. Just kind of wade it through there, so they kind of turn into little waves. That's how you cook good scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Don't just turn it into a bunch of bullshit.
I told you guys I'm a borderline professional.
It's like you take the thing and like as the
breakfast
the egg solidifies, it's like you twirl it around and twirl it around.
Lift it. You know what I mean? You just lift
the pan a little bit, let the runniness run off.
Man, trust me, man. But
Nice
you guys are nailing it with the butter. The butter is the most important piece. You got to get that butter in there. No oils. Olive
oil will work.
It will work. I'm not saying it won't, but you may wind up turning your scrambled eggs crispy, and that sucks.
Well, I don't mind
cooking them, man. I like my eggs.
Well, while you're bullshitting, when you say oil, I made a couple burgers, and I want to top them with some fried eggs. And I wasn't cleaning out the skillet, so I just moved oil.
You just threw it in there with the existing oil. But like then you get that crispy shit around the egg. I hate that.
Yeah, I like that. I like the crispiness and crunchiness of it because the top is soft and fluffy.
First of all, if you got any crisp in your scrambled eggs, if that wasn't
not scrambled for the burger, it was sunny side up.
Yeah, I'm talking about kids. He was talking about like a scrambled egg.
Like with scrambled eggs, it's just going to become oily, and you don't want that, man. You know what I mean? You want it to be buttery and light, and butter's the way to go. It's just the way to go.
Man.
Also, Nomad, before we get too far, next time you're in New York or when you're in New York, I think it's Manny's Deli, Katz's Deli. There are a couple delis.
Katz.
But you try use a corned beef sandwich. And you
brought
try
me
it
one
with some mustard.
One of my teammates brought me one back.
And you ain't like it?
It was good. I just don't like corned beef. But I can see why people like it.
Because especially this time of year, being America, and we celebrate different cultures. St. Patrick's Day with the corned beef and cabbage. Back in the day, growing up on the South Side, South Side Irish, you got to wear green or it's like pinch me or kiss me or some shit. I'm Irish. And it's like, you fucking touch me or something. But they always had corned beef and cabbage. And it was very bland, like most of their food is, but it's still tasty. And I was like, oh, this is a good mix. And you have with some mustard on some rye bread, and it just works.
You know
She's
what?
talking about like a Reuben.
Hold on. Trish, one of the most beautiful things I can tell you about my college experience, especially my freshman year, is this is your first time of blending of cultures coming together, people from all over the country, and we all learning each other. You got people from all across the United States, man. Some from the Bahamas, you know what I mean? You got Virgin Islands, it was all kinds of people there. And that was the first time I had a pierogi, first time I had corned beef, first time I had a Philly steak, all brought. Mostly because I never had it, and people talking. I'm just like, I don't know nothing about that shit. I'm gonna bring you one. So the first time they got a chance, first break when they came back, they brought Katz's Deli, my guy from Brooklyn. Katz's Deli, and he got kicked off the team months after that, man, because he had a roid rage, but that's a whole other story.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, but he brought that Katz's Deli, which I can see why people enjoy that. First time I had a Philly cheesesteak. First time I had pierogies, a bunch of different shit. First time I tasted some deer, country people that was coming to school, man. Country boys, they like deer and shit. So that experience for me opened up the doors to everything that I enjoy right now, just because of those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
I'd hate to see what my life would be like if I didn't have those experiences, man.
Oh, and FYI, pierogi is plural. The singular is pirogue.
Okay.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Okay. Damn. We're getting a grammar lesson from Trips. Ruben
Well,
said
I made a mistake. We was recording some stuff one day over at the channel at Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS, and Chef was talking about something, and Trip got into it with something, and then it was like, no, it's how did he say it? It is the pierogi, because pierogies is superfluous because it's already plural.
Okay.
So that was how the conversation came about. So it's like, yeah, I was like, oh shit, okay. And so next time I go on Jeopardy, or the first time ever, some knowledge there for you.
All right.
Pierogies.
Rest in peace, Alex Trebek.
Pierogies ended up being something I didn't know that was my spirit animal. I didn't.
Did you know that they're different ones, right?
It was just meat, onion, potato, and a little cheese in there.
Well, but the thing is, there's the meat kind, there's the onion, there's sauerkraut, there's potato, there's the one with the ricotta cheese. It's kind of sweeter. There's ones with and then you use a condiment like applesauce and sour cream, kids.
Yeah.
To dip them in.
Reasons why I'm not a super fan. I'm not a big pierogi guy. I'm not a big Reuben sandwich guy either. Corned beef sandwich, I have to admit.
St. Patrick's Day is coming up too. Come on,
not a big fan. Looking at the chat, there was another one was Dan Brown just questioning the general price of corned beef as of late, and I have to agree, brother. It's been a minute. Every time I go to, you know what, it'd be cool to get some corn. Damn, you know what? It ain't that cool. You know what I mean? I'll get some real beef instead. Corned beef is expensive as all shit right now, which is crazy.
Well, where's your Canadian beef come from? Canada?
Cows.
Well, fuck's sake. He's here all week. Make sure you tip your servers. Thank you very much.
But yeah, the local.
Well, I asked because the beef that we used to get here in America came from like American moo cows and beef cows or whatever the fuck kind of cows they are. But now it's more of an outsourced thing from like Argentina beef, or something like that.
So let's take a quick public service announcement. Be careful what's being packaged out there, because they slide in all kinds of crazy shit in their package.
I think I told you that.
So just be careful. Remember Dolly?
Side story, Trips. Trust me.
I know we're way before the whole conspiracy theory part of the show, but remember Dolly, the sheep, how they cloned the sheep in like 1990 and it was a thing. Yeah. Cows are not off limits is all I'm trying to say, really, at this point. So
you can clone meat.
It's not just that they can, it's that they are, and they just sliding it into shit and they ain't telling anybody. So be careful.
And we're gonna end up down a slope here, but let me go ahead and my last thing about this is very, very you talking about cost effective, feed a lot of people dish. You can get this done under $40 and feed a bunch. $40
bucks.
I'm talking about feeding a bunch of people.
brother, you can feed a bunch of people with this for way less than $40.
No,
Well, with this chili mac,
Yeah.
well, nowadays a pound of ground beef is gonna run you damn near $10.
Okay, boom.
You
10.
get a box of elbow macaroni, like a pound for like $4, $5, call it.
Okay.
And then your cheeses, you get a block of cheese for like $6 a pound or so.
$7. Yeah, okay.
If you got to shred it, if you get the pre-shredded stuff, it's not as good, as a melting cheese. It's not as high of a quality. That's why it's best you shred your own or just dice it really, really small because it will melt eventually. And then you need chicken broth, or if you use water, you're gonna need like a bouillon cube or something. Stewed tomatoes. You got to get a can of that. The beans, whatever kind of beans you use, the paste, that's about $40-$50.
Okay, damn.
you got it. You can about you're gonna spend like 20 something dollars on just enough beef. Let's just say you had to use one of those big soup kitchen stew pots to feed. When I say a bunch of people, that's what I mean.
Oh, snap.
I come from a big family, man. So when I say you can feed a bunch of people under about around $40, I mean that's right around the naked area. Trip might be closer to right than me, but somewhere in that area when you got to feed more than,
because you got to figure out about a quarter pound of meat per person. So 1 pound is like 4 people.
Damn. All right. Okay. So somehow it's more than $40, which is just wild and crazy to me at this point in life. This used to be, in my opinion, pretty much poor people food, like poor people fancy food for like a Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Like this is basically what it is. And
because it's ground beef. It's not steak. You know what I mean?
Back in the day, it was, something like this would probably cost about $15. But if we're looking at feeding a larger group of people, expand it out a little bit, you're going to get a little bit more. And wow. It adds up quick, as Dan Brown says. It adds up.
If we talking like ground chicken, we talking like ground chicken, that's much cheaper.
Well, like it's only a $5 difference, really, considering what you're talking about. The rest of it's all the additional ingredients. So yeah, man, it's like Dan Brown says, it adds up, man. It adds up real fast.
It does. But all right, I could talk about this kind of dish. You talking about essentials for if things start to really, really get tight, and you need to make a bunch of food to feed a bunch of people, and you need to do it efficiently. This is definitely one of those dishes to get that done with for sure. And it'll stick to them ribs too.
Definitely, and it's filling. It's tasty. It'll stay with you for a minute, but if you got some lactose problems or wherever you at, make sure that the bathroom is, available.
Oh, it's like that, really?
Well, I mean, look at all that cheese up in there.
The motherfucker's combustible for sure.
Look at all them beans up in there.
Oh man, the beans is what straightens everything out.
All that beans.
You're right. Beans, the old proverb, right?
Onions, bean, cheese, and onions. That's You just put a stick of dynamite in the toilet.
Good for the heart.
All right,
but now as Nomad is bringing up the next picture, you want to talk about the devil and processed food, but I haven't tried these yet, but I saw them in the store. I was like, oh shit, I gotta check that out. But these are can you read that?
Hungry
okay,
Jack.
I just give me a second. Okay. Hungry Jack original. What do you I can't read all the fine print though. What's in there?
These are hash brown potatoes.
Oh snap. Okay.
And so you add hot tap water to this carton. You let them absorb for a little bit, like rehydrate, and then you put a half a tablespoon of oil in a hot skillet, and then you put the hash browns in the skillet and cook them like hash browns.
Damn.
And this little box right here is supposed to serve 5 because it's like a milk carton kind of thing, but it's full of potatoes, dehydrated potatoes.
So it's basically just freeze dried. You just throw some hot water in there, and you're kind of started and good to go.
We bought hash browns,
and this was like $1.
We bought hash browns for the first time last week. Well, this week actually. No, it was last week for the first time in probably 5 years. and I enjoyed the shit out of them Sunday.
Nice.
Oh man, I just missed them because potatoes are carbs. You know what I mean? So
Right.
every now and again, you got to do that shit just to scratch that itch, or some French fries or something like that. But those hash browns with runny eggs, toast.
Because there's so many different ways to enjoy them. Because like with the runny eggs, they absorb all the runniness. Then the toast, and you got some jelly in there, and the butter. Or if you got the French fries and you got the ketchup, or if you're not kids and enjoy condiment, you got ketchup or you got your mayonnaise.
Don't need condiments. They just don't need condiments with everything. You know what I mean? Some things like
when you eat your potatoes, what condiments do you eat with your potatoes?
As of late, it's really actually just been salt lately, or gravy. Gravy's usually the big
all right, gravy's a condiment.
Gravy, but
okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll tell you what.
Away from the ketchup, but there's too much damn sugar in ketchup.
Well, you can make your own, but yeah.
Food always takes us there, man. Because
right on Dan Brown, he's had these. Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of I'm gonna try those, man. Just to see some. I like the Hungry Jack brand, but let's get to some other stuff, man. We're gonna get our drinky drink on because it seems like every show we're talking about a mixed drink, and description starts to come up, and what kind of drink you like, you don't like. This one always comes up. So here it is for you. This is the classic.
Sour. I had a feeling.
Oh, there's kids.
But before you go, I've had these a couple different times. But that's I don't know if I can remember somebody going to that length to make.
Ain't nobody ever put no egg white in my whiskey sour ever. Never had it like that.
That's why I said it's a classic whiskey sour. This is the classic way it's done.
That seems like a lot of effort for fucking cocktail.
Let's just wipe
separate out the egg white from an egg, and it's crazy. So here's the ingredients, y'all. Classic whiskey sour, lemon juice, simple white syrup, egg whites, a black olive, ice, and a shaker. I have 4 of these ingredients, and maybe 5. I might just go make me a whiskey sour as this day goes through. But I sure as hell ain't putting no egg whites in there.
You wouldn't even try it just to see. All right. So in the ingredients, the way they say how you put this together, once you get everything together, you give that thing the proper shake that it needs, and you leave it there for about another 45 seconds to a minute. Just let it settle, and that's when you pour it over the ice. Pour it into the glass.
So you really shaking that up, though. Like I can see what you did. It kind of gives it more of a thickness and a froth. But like I wouldn't like. It's got less to do with like whether it would taste bad or funny or anything like that. It would probably taste awesome. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest. It probably tastes great. For me, it's like if I was at a bar and I'm a bartender, I wouldn't want to be fucking with eggs. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta separate that shit and get the yolk out. And that's a whole. Now you got egg crap on your. Nah, man.
Hey, some people are very skilled at that, separating egg whites. Very skilled. I've seen some very skilled culinary people know how to do that really, really well.
And whiskey. Yes, whiskey is important. Somehow whiskey was missed here in the mix. Definitely whiskey, and I have that as well. Yes, whiskey.
So I don't know how many I've had this drink out. Let's just say anywhere between 3 and 5 times. Usually somebody bought it for me because that's not a go-to for me if I go out to a bar or something. However, I had it once at home, and instead of the simple syrup, I just can't remember the mixture that I used. Just can't remember, but it was a good mixer. Me and my girl was out, and she was just like, man, you want to do a whiskey sour? I was just like, let's do it. And we just went through the shelves and got what we wanted. We just looked at shit, and I'm more the adventurous type when it comes to trying new shit like that. Like she's more closed up. Like her world is really closed off. She closes her shit off, dog. When I tell you she closes it off, like you ain't getting in that motherfucker, dog. It's unfortunate.
Wait, what? We still talking about drinks, right?
Yeah, and putting together cocktails and shit. When you do the shit with your girl, man, you just like to spritz it up and do some shit different, man. You know what I mean? So We do that shit from time to time.
We're still talking about drinks, Trip.
Your weird ass.
I don't know what you be trying to get up into. She got closed. I ain't in there.
You see.
All I had to do was say, "Feed me and my girl."
Oh snap!
She's like, no, come on, baby, please.
So, have you done a whiskey sour trips?
I have, but not this kind of fancy one. It was just more
no
whiskey.
Damn egg whites is what he's saying.
It was just more whiskey and sour.
Yeah.
It was, I didn't have no black olive. I didn't have no egg white.
Yeah. No black olive, no egg whites for me.
I like olives in anything whiskey, anything liquor. I just eat a bowl of olives. Just drink
I love olives too, yeah.
So we know how to get you in, man. We just give you a bowl of olives and some booze, and you're ready to go.
Next time you have a beer, throw some olives in that beer.
Hey, Samuel, you want me to send you an invite? Because I didn't.
Yeah.
Samuel Rothstein.
But yeah, man, let me know, because I didn't send you one this time. I'll send you one. But yeah, whiskey sour is one of them drinks that I'm probably
even sounds like what's up with the egg white stuff.
Yeah, that's why I say classic whiskey sour. This is a classic way.
That's how they drink them.
Okay. Oh, the they? Now I get
wink, wink.
I ain't want to say
now
that.
I get it.
That's hey, quit being a segregationist, son of a.
I ain't said nothing. All I mean is they is not us. They is them, not we.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, like you won't go out to no neighborhood dives around here. Nobody gonna put no egg white in there. But
look at you like egg whites.
I never been to a bar and had the bartender go, hold up, I gotta go get me a dozen eggs first. I'll make these these whiskey sour. I just turn around, boom, and there's a whiskey sour in my hand. And it looks a fair amount more clear than this. So, like I said, this just added a bit of thickness and froth to it. I get it.
Look at Patrick throwing flames.
Ooh, Patrick.
Patrick. Wait, what does it say?
He said, who produced the better 2026 Bears roster, Samuel or Keds?
Well, no, it's not fair because
I was just GM.
Because didn't Samuel, he used that different platform?
No. Oh, wait now. Yeah, he used the OG platform.
Right, so it's not the same.
All right.
So Samuel Rothstein got to come back on and do the stick to the model, that version of it where they got the extensions, the cuts, the trades, the re-signings, and the draft all in that one platform.
At the Samuel see that one, he gonna want to do that shit again.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that right there. As soon as I said it,
I need the new platform. So trust me, I did a little mock there yesterday, and it was even more disgusting. It was so good. I was gonna post it, but I was like, nah. I posted my first one. I don't want to, you know what I mean. I don't want to take the love away from the OG. But I got some players, y'all. All them players that you were suggesting have been. Shots have been fired.
He woke up and chose violence.
He did. Challenge, he says. But no, man. The second time around, we got a crazy team. I don't expect Ryan Post to do anything like what I put down the other day. But it was
but the interesting thing is, what up, Levante? Yeah, that's it. Stick to the model. Like you look at how the prospect draft board is set up now, and most of the mocks have pretty much the same players in the same places. So real life is going to be different. IRL, as the kids say. So players will not be there. Teams will make trades, and teams will pick players that it's like, well, that's a reach. And it's like, even though the mocks had him at 75, it's like, yeah, maybe it was a reach. Who knows? But it's interesting to learn the names that are not, the top 10, top 20. As Nomad has done research, and he's saying, he's getting through more position groups. And as we get down deeper into those later rounds, he's like, oh shit. And so it seems as though like this draft, could have some depth, at many position groups that will contain dogs. Am I right, Nomad?
For sure. I'm writing Patrick back because he just asked a question about. Now I don't have to write it. He says
Bryce Lance. Yeah.
Lance, and he's at North Dakota State. Man, I think that dude's gonna be. He's got like what's his name at with the Seahawks?
What position?
With the long ass name, the receiver.
Oh, Jackson Smith and Jigma.
Man, route running extraordinaire. Catches every. I mean, hands are golden. This dude is going to be special on the next level. Everything you think about, what's his name that's playing in Green Bay right now that came from the same school, all that speed, he's got all that and great hands, great body.
Christian Watson?
Yeah, he's got great body control. I mean, everything you want in a receiver. Route your ass up when that ball is in the air. He's got body control to come down with it. I mean, he's got a skill set. Like, I don't know who he's been working with, but man, Trey Lance's brother. Ooh,
is it?
Y'all see him? Yeah,
Bryce Lance is Trey Lance's brother. Okay,
the quarterback Trey Lance.
That boy got game. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Okay.
6'3". He's 6'3", 209 pounds, 24 years old.
Man, all you had to say was 6'3". It's now just a question of how fast he is. It sounds like you got the route tree covered and you got the height covered. Those are two dangerous things to have as a wide receiver.
He's better.
Hold on 1 second. To answer that real quick, 40-yard dash with a range of 4.49 to 4.6.
Okay.
Kids, I'll tell you right now, his skill set is so good. He's probably better than 85% of the receivers, NFL receivers right now.
So, Scrolls, stuff like that.
Oh, come on, Red Bear.
If staying away from
talking about being messy. Scroll, you messy as fuck.
You know what I mean? Stay away from the St. Brown family after Equanimous, but the other one is one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Right, the St. Browns, the Watts,
you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that pedigree flows, right? So,
well, let's stick to Diggs now. We're gonna get into we got quite a bit of football to talk about, man. But let's get on these drinks. Let's finish this up before we get into it.
All right.
Let's take this whiskey sour up a little bit. Take it up.
We stepping up now. Blackberry whiskey smash. Now, all right. Ingredients: peaches. Going to the country. Gonna eat a lot of peaches. Mint leaves, brown sugar, whiskey, ginger beer. Okay. Blackberries and some ice. Shake that up. You got yourself a blackberry whiskey smash. Okay. So I'm going to have to do this then.
I knew that ginger beer would get you.
Yeah, it did. I never thought about whiskey and ginger beer together, but now I have an excuse. See, the thing is, I have a bottle of Glenlivet upstairs. I'm not putting no Glenlivet in a mix like this. That's just to sip on. I gotta go get me something like a Crown or Canadian.
I do think this drink here in particular requires let's just say an upper tier whiskey. I don't think you want to put cheap shit in this drink. Like I'm one of those people that even though I haven't had this drink in particular, I can see the flavor profile and what that good better brand of whiskey could bring to the flavor of that drink. Those that brown sugar, those berries, and those peaches. Lord, I'm putting the peaches directly in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's flavor, man. Give it a good shake, bro. Give it a good shake, and I would actually peel them.
Okay, Samuel said you ever had a Kentucky Mule?
No, dog. What's a Kentucky Mule? I've had a Moscow. I drink Moscows all the time. What's the difference? Man, Sam? Now I gotta look it up.
This drink looks so good to me. I'm going to surprise my girlfriend with this because usually what she wants to see is what we're going to do for food, what we're going to do for drinks, and what we're doing for doomsday survival. But she didn't see none of that this week, and she's going to want to do this. I know that for sure because this is right up her alley. This looks actually tasty to me. Really tasty. I don't know about that brown sugar, man. I don't know about. Yeah, but you got to get some kind of sweet to it.
So I'm betting a Kentucky Mule is a Moscow Mule with whiskey. Is that what you're telling me? Is that
What's Vidal?
Vidal is
it's with bourbon. It's with bourbon. Or he's saying whiskey. Okay. Damn.
And the Mexican Mule is with tequila. I Chihuahua.
I had one of them before. That's good.
Badges. We don't need no stinking
okay.
badges.
All right. Now I got all kinds of mules that I gotta mess with now. Damn.
There's all kind of mules. There's all kind of mules. There's all kind of highballs. There's all kind of ashes. There's all kinds of whiskey sours. There's just like a whole gamut of all those things.
And just know that a Mexican Mule is different than Donkey Punch.
Okay. Thank you.
Not the same.
Like there's a bunch of ways to do margaritas. There's a bunch of ways to do all kinds of different things.
Oh, damn, Sam. Sam's the mule. He's a mule expert, bro. So Moscow's vodka, because like that's where vodka comes from. Mexican Mule tequila, because that's where tequila comes from. Kentucky Mule, bourbon whiskey. I get it. I'm with it. I'm gonna have to test this out now. Just have a
what
mule.
kind of mule do you want today?
You know, so mule it up.
How appetizing does this one look to you?
No, like I say, this looks pretty nice. I'm not so sure. Like I would probably live without the brown sugar, but I can kind of understand why it's in there just to bring the flavor out, bring a little bit of sweetness out. But this looks like a nice drink, man.
There's a lot of not in my liquor cabinet going on in this drink.
Oh, word? Yeah.
I mean, like mint leaves, I guess, and bay leaves. That's not the same. I guess I gotta find those. Peaches is that the canned variety or fresh? I don't even got none of them. I got brown sugar.
Dog, next time you go to the store, you just grab you a couple of leaves, and mint leaves is easy.
How long are they? How long do they last? Are they?
And you can take them and put them in a zip, stick them suckers straight in the freezer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty long.
All right, so ginger beer don't have that, and blackberries don't have none of them either.
I got a tree full of them every summer.
Blackberries?
Yep.
Oh, word?
Every summer.
Blackberries are awesome.
Every summer. You gotta have some jam, jelly.
I got those in the freezer too.
Oh, jam.
Yeah, all jam. But not only the freezer, but jars, preserves jars. You know, in case the power goes out, you can still partake.
So, like, say for instance, you took a palm full of brown sugar. Like, I would melt my brown sugar before I put it in this, and that way, I'm gonna control how much I drip into this drink. That's gonna really control how much sweet is in this drink.
Because if you a diabetic,
you don't want to take a palm full of brown sugar and put it in that shit. You want to melt that shit down so you can drip a couple 4, 5, 6 drips in there and be done with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that'll help you control that.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can get by using the stevia brown sugar. That'll cut some of the calories out of it. And the peaches are a natural sweetness. You know, so it's all a natural, you know.
Well, there's going to be some sugar in the ginger beer anyway, so it probably doesn't really need that much brown sugar. But I know what they're doing here. They're trying to bring out that sort of that earthy smokiness from brown sugar
and counteract that bite of the ginger.
I do this with some nectarines, some good ripe nectarines too. I've been more nectarine these past couple of years too than peach. Nectarines are coming out pretty good these days, man. Some really, really good ripe nectarine. That's spend enough time in the sun. Oh my Lord, it's probably better than a peach.
I just would like to say that's the most I've heard the word nectarine in the last 25 years. You said like 7 times in the sentence. I think I'm good. I'm good for the word nectarine.
Many times?
I'm just messing with you. I'm gonna have to test them out, man, because it's been a very long time since I've had a nectarine, to be honest.
Well, I can never tell the difference between a nectarine, a tangerine. You know, one's real little, one is I don't know.
I think it is too. I think it is a work of art. everything about this drink I love. And
But that's a very labor intensive drink, right?
Well, when you got a
I
girlfriend,
don't know if it's that labor intensive, but you're right.
Yeah.
You definitely got to go to the store. You know, you got to take a trip to the store to get this.
Well, that's
shit
part
right.
of the labor.
That there's the in their
this
life.
is okay. I'll give you this advice. If you're interested in making this drink, to me, the best time to make this is when these fruit are in season.
Mm.
So right
So
now,
that's the fall, autumn kind of drink.
Unless you live in a tropical climate, you probably won't. By the time this gets to you, it probably ain't as good. I just happen to have a couple of trees in my yard with these berries, so they're in my freezer. You know, so and they freeze pretty well, man. You know, if you do it the right way, you can freeze these pretty well, and they come out pretty solid. But I use these in freaking smoothies all the time.
I was gonna say you probably blackberry smoothie all day long, every morning.
Man, where's the blackberry homemade hooch?
Man, we did that. We did that on the show, man. Remember that?
No, I mean that you made.
You know what? I haven't. My girlfriend wants to do it, but we ain't.
That's what I'm saying. Where is it at? Why are you tripping?
We gonna make it. We gonna make it.
Because if you make it right, your girlfriend might open up. Whichever you need to open up.
We're gonna do it out some Mississippi Shine. I got one of my aunts is coming up. I think in April. No,
man, I got into some Shine on Friday, bro. It was an experience.
Hence your fucked upness.
Yeah. It took me two solid days to get over what I inflicted on myself. But
what is there's two different kinds of Shine. One is with sugar and one is with molasses. Is that the difference?
I think so. I know he used molasses. That's what he told me for sure. But
hey, y'all to be honest with y'all, since you brought up molasses, if you're gonna do any kind of sweet, the natural sweetness is the best way to go. You're talking about your honeys and you're talking about your molasses. I remember working on a job. I just have to say this before we get ready to get out of this. Working on a job that I had the first thing that we had to do that wasn't necessarily chemical related was we went to Norfolk Southern down in Georgia, down in Macon, Georgia. A train car derailed. And what was in those train cars were it was all molasses. And that shit, some of it spilled out, some of the cars spilled out, like 2 or 3 cars spilled out, and it was just molasses all over the train rocks. So we was getting all those rocks and all that shit up. And a couple of them didn't even open. And the thing was, the job was hard because it's in the middle of the summer. It's hot. You're out there getting all that shit up, barreling, drumming all that shit up in the heat. But I found out something about kosher. So kosher, if you don't know anything about kosher, the way that works is how it remains kosher. It's untouched by anyone. And so these train cars that were carrying this stuff in it, it had all molasses. And if the seal is broken on that thing, like if it turned over and the insides of that thing is fully intact and all that molasses is in there, all it has to be is the seal broken on the very top of that thing, and it's no longer kosher. So the people that were ordering that stuff turned it all back, every last bit of it, even the good shit, turned it all back because the seal was broken, and it's no longer kosher.
Yeah, it's now poison, basically. No, they cannot partake with that, and
it's for the goyim.
Yeah, very. And isn't according to Jason Statham, star in the movie Beekeeper, isn't honey flammable? I haven't tested that out.
Didn't Matt Eberflus star in that film? No,
didn't Eberflus do what?
Didn't he star in that film?
Beekeeper?
Yes.
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Oh yeah, he did have some hives out there on his little palatial estate.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But it's whiskey, black bear. There's a lot going on in there, and that's definitely an occasion drink. Well, not an occasion if you're like, Nomad and got trees and shit. Or like Patrick, everything grows in his yard, the peaches, the blackberries and all that, ginger. Yeah, it looks like something I would try, but this is like you got to be like out of town at a hotel someplace. Say, yeah, give me one of them blackberry whiskey.
Man. When you go to the store and you see these things in those little plastic containers with the little holes in it, take that exact same plastic container, go wash those things when you get them home. Just give them a good rinse, put them back in that container, and zip lock those things. Get all the air out of that thing. Get all the air out of that bag and zip lock those things and put them in the freezer just like that.
And when they thaw, are they still got their body or are they more mushy?
They still got their body, brother.
Nice.
I'm telling you. But just this, I let mine's kind of sit out. I open up a clean towel, like a cheesecloth rag or something. I just pour them
tea towel or something.
Yeah, you just let them drip dry. And then once they're done with that, just pop them back in there, Ziploc seal them after you put them in the package, and they'll be just like you got them out the store.
Oh, okay. Well, shit, if you got a tree of them, yeah, I know you got a shit ton of them.
Hell, I seen you some. You want them? Got too many of them, man. It keep my yard looking like Wild Kingdom every guy.
Well, that's why you need to get you a science experiment, and like we can all do it, kids. I know he's down. And we can all find whatever fruit we can find and make some prison wine. Well, not necessarily prison wine, but
You're just
wine
saying
for the end of times. What's the name of the segment? Prepper, not prepper. What's the name of it? Doomsday wine.
All right.
There we go. Doomsday wine.
We don't have to make it in a toilet. I think we're doing good.
That's like the easiest. I saw somebody do it in Atlanta, man. Some cat I know got right out of prison after I didn't know him before he went to prison, but somebody I met while I was down there got out of prison after 19 years. Got to know the cat, and that motherfucker said, "Man, I'm gonna make some hooch." I said, "Man, what you talking about?" He said, "I'm gonna make some of that shit we made in prison." I was like, "Oh hell no, you ain't." Man, this motherfucker got.
Go to the damn liquor store, bro.
He's like, how much fruit you got in your cabinet? I said, I got a bunch of fruit cocktails, some peaches and shit. He said, man, bring all that shit over here. He said, you got any fruit? And I said, I got some apples and shit.
What else you got on your books?
And I got all that shit. I bring all this shit over there. This motherfucker gets a garbage bag, like a contractor bag. Don't put this shit in no regular.
No holes.
Contractor bag, man, because they're more sturdy. Because they're gonna sit there and just ferment. He put a bunch of sugar on top of that shit, and that was it. Just left.
How long did it take?
I was gonna say about 4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 days, kids.
Damn.
Days.
Go to the damn liquor store. He would
wait,
have
been
drunk.
But how? Wait, hold on. No. After 4 or 5 days of these household ingredients, how was the hooch, no man?
Sweet than a motherfucker.
Did it get you where you needed to go?
Too fast.
See, he was down in it. You got a sip.
Too fucking fast.
My brother.
He poured like a whole 5-pound bag of sugar in there.
Of course it was. Of course he did.
Shit, Benny's beverage. Shit, if they ain't got it, ain't worth drinking. Well, if they ain't here, and I got some fruit, and I got some sugar, and I got a container. I got wine.
Everybody come out of the joint ain't got no teeth and shit.
I just like to give a shout out to Big Samo Rothstein, man, because I just found 36 different mules out there. I'm gonna be drunk for quite some time moving forward. So there's that.
So the mule's gonna be kicking your ass for a minute.
For a minute, dog, for sure. Oh boy, they got lemonade mules, sangria mules, French mules, Spanish mules.
Before we get into all those mules, I just wanted to say about that prison hooch kids and trips. What made that, and one of my favorite fruits in the world, is those black grapes. I just happened to have somebody I knew that had a whole bunch of them and wasn't eating them.
Black grapes.
The big round black grapes.
Oh, those big juicy joints.
Yeah, I love those, boy.
Oh, now you talking some good shit right there.
Put a whole bunch of them up in there.
That's a whole different great flavor, kids.
Would you believe they got a moonshine mule?
Oh, kids is over there just going the fuck up.
No shit.
He's gone for the next 15, 20 minutes looking at
Brother, they got a morning mule with orange juice. They trying to get me drunk from
go search highballs when you got
from 6 a.m. I'm on this. I don't, you know what I mean? Anyways.
I got them all stuttered and flustered.
Damn. I'll be drunk all day.
Man, all right. We do got football to talk about. We are hour and a half into the show, man. Please, you guys, make sure you guys are subscribed to all 3 channels, man, and hit the like button on all of them.
New show.
What's your mule today?
We are live on the Nomad Network, which you're here now, on Kids of Canuck, and on Sports Chicago Style. All 3 are streaming right now live in all kinds of different places. Make sure you hit the like button, man. Make sure you subscribe if you're new to the channel. We definitely appreciate the love, man. But let's continue to have some more fun, man, because now it gets really interesting. We getting ready to talk about some football. And let me do this right quick before we get going, kids. Hold on. I got a dead mouse right quick, and I got to scroll. Give me a second. There we go. I got a few guys we need to talk about real quick.
Oh, I think I know who they are.
I'm going to start with the guy that you've seen on the screen. That is Peter Woods, 6'3", 315 pounds, 3 technique, nose tackle, whatever you need him to be, out of Clemson. Like this guy, I really like. Like I'm really starting to fall more into favor of the interior guys that's going to play on our defense to have more of a shorter stature. He's not short by any means. 6'3" is not short at all.
He's not Javon Dexter.
No. And the thing about Javon is Javon, if he didn't play so high, he's 6'6", and it's hard not to play high. And his pads are so available, and he has to do so much work to fight through the trash to get to what he needs to get to. It sometimes that's why he's inconsistent at best at times. Which is why I think you get a guy that plays a little bit lower to the ground, like Peter Woods, and his pads, I'm not going to tell you that he plays low to the ground and his pads are low all the time. He's inconsistent at times because, number one, he's more athletic than everybody that he's playing against at all times. And that athleticism, that agility allows him to get away with a lot of things that most people can't get away with, and he most definitely won't get away with in most games in the NFL. He is going to have to sharpen up his technique and get more consistent. But because he's so athletic and such a freak, he gets away with a lot of technical flaws that he plays with because he's in college. The thing about him is I can't wait to see him get to the next level, get with the right D-line coach, get with the right coordinator, and then put an emphasis on really, really work on your technique. That turns a really, really good football player in college, a great football player in college, into a great football player on a professional level. And he can, depending on where he lands. Peter Woods could definitely be an impact player. I ain't going to say right away, but I'm going to say that he's probably one of the top 5, not probably, he is top 5 of the 3 techniques, defensive tackles I've watched this year, man. But the thing about him that I really, really like is he's got nothing but motor and just tenacity. And another thing about him, Kez and Trips, is they will throw him in on the offense. So Ben Johnson with his they will throw him in on offense.
Oh, like fullback or something?
He'll play wildcat quarterback, he'll play fullback, he'll play running back, and get tutties.
Oh, he's an athlete.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
all over the map.
He's a freak. He's a freak.
I love that.
He's a freak, man. And I don't know that we are in a position to get him. I think he's off the board before 25, probably long before 25. But if he's one of those guys, if you were to, take the risk of moving up to get a player, he's definitely one of the guys that I think they probably should consider doing that with. Because at 315, you can play nose and you can play 3 technique. You can play anything. He can play edge if he needs to. The only drawback with him outside of what I say about him getting away with a lot. What'd you say?
Length.
No. Length is no problem whatsoever. No. The only thing I don't like about a lot of these guys is, and it's hard to gauge them, in college, because most college teams that you run into outside of maybe major schools like Ole Miss runs a 4-3 front like we do. All these guys are 2-gapping kids and trips. That's the difference between what we do in our system. And so what you have to do is read between the lines and try to gauge what you see with them fundamentally and technically, and how it can add to a 1-gap scheme like we run here. It's either you getting off that ball and you smashing the hell out of somebody in front of you in this system, or you shooting a gap in this system. You're not getting off the ball, standing your guy up and guarding 2 lanes like they have to do in college. It's a detriment to me, to be honest with you, to a defensive tackle. He can't really get down like he knows he can get down in a 2-gap defense. And on the flip side of that, that could be a good thing. You take him out of that system and put him in a system where he can just, boom, just get right up the field and use his agility and athleticism. I could see how a guy like this could be really, really help right away to this defense. And so the differences in scheme and what we have going on, you have to be able to sort that out. And so I hope that made sense to you guys. But this is a dog. Peter Wood, 6'3", 315.
Sam, you like him better than Big Citrus?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sam's giving him
because Dominique Orange, when Samuel Rothstein was up in here, he was very high on Mr. Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, and now he's saying that this Peter Woods right here, favorite defensive lineman in the whole damn draft.
He's a dog. I got some more, man. I got some more to talk about. They qualified. They really qualified. But I know everybody's talking about Peter Woods. On all 3 of the guys we're gonna talk about today, but I just wanted to get our take on them on the Nomad Network and for the channel, man, so we can get that out there. He's approved. I think he's a dog. And some of the guys that's coming out in the draft, who he reminds me of? What's the D tackle that came out a couple years ago that just won a Super Bowl with Seattle? I can't think of his name right now. That's who he reminds me.
Puna Ford?
No. He just came out maybe 2 years ago. Puna's been in the league about 6 years.
Yeah,
I can't think of his name right now. Damn. Somebody in the chat, help me out, chat. He's definitely dominant against the run, Samo. And he's got high upside and pass rush. He just got to really, really clean up his skill set so that he can be. There it is.
Byron
Murphy. That's exactly who it reminds me of. So what I've been really looking at, kids and trips, is the lower body, that trunk from the waist down, and more in particular, like the calves. Like if he's got like big, strong calves, when you got to deal with a whole lot of double teams and you got like 700 pounds of force coming up against you, you better have some tree trunks. And he's somewhere in the neighborhood of Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy's got some tree trunks, bro. That's why he's so good. That's what you need playing defensive tackle at the highest level. You need to be able to withstand double teams and not give up ground. That's why Grady Jarrett's been so good for so long at pretty much less than 300 pounds, because he's got tree trunks for legs. No other way that he can do that unless he did. And so that's a particular thing I'm looking for in this draft. And I'm hoping that the Bears are doing the same thing, looking at the bottom half and seeing who can withstand that. You're going to get a lot of double teams. So this is the dog, man. Straight up dog.
Well, it is interesting knowing or, hearing, your defensive tackles, your interior linemen, you want the big, lower bodies, the big calves and thighs and quads. And then you hear Greg Gabriel talking about, shout out to Greg Gabriel and the Podfather, talking about his long arms for defensive ends and defensive offensive tackles. So the different traits that are more important for the different, player positions. This is real interesting physical stuff. Like kids, your son who plays defensive end, does he get like some ape hangers for arms?
I have ape hangers for arms, so like he's his are longer than mine.
All right, so that's a good trait. There it is.
Big time with the arms. To be honest with you,
so I think it's more important. Like, say for instance, if you, all right, I'm gonna break this down. Y'all will make sense of it when I do it. Like for a defensive tackle, like Akeem Hicks had extremely long arms. At a defensive tackle, he's not an edge rusher. I think it's more important for an edge rusher, just to be honest, from my point of view.
Lonzo Spellman.
More important for an edge rusher. I think it's much more useful then. But if you have a strong grip and have like vice grips for hands, really strong hands, and you have long arms, to me, that's when a defensive tackle can really take advantage of offensive linemen, because boom, the distance you have to travel from when the ball is snapped, that ball gets off, you get hands on that guy, and you have a strong grip. That's way to your advantage. And you can really maul guys and really shed blocks well. That's when long arms really come into play for a defensive tackle. But for me, I think you need to be more just like have more of a burst, more just power at the line. And really,
from what I'm hearing, it sounds like Peter Woods is got both, because like you're talking about, like from the interior, I said Lonzo Spellman, but he was an end. But like Akeem Hicks he's still alive, but when he played, had those long arms, whereas Tommy Harris, he was shorter in stature, but he was quick as fuck off the line.
Which to me that makes a better three technique.
So I mean, it sounds like Peter Woods is kind of a hybrid of quick off the line and long ass arms.
Yeah, man, he doesn't lack for length whatsoever. You 6'3" playing D tackle, that's plenty of good size, bro. And you got long arms, that's really good. But it doesn't really, I wouldn't say I see his arms being an advantage. It's great when you can knock down passes and stuff like that, but his power and his birth, his athleticism, his agility is what really sticks out. And he's just kind of you just don't see big dudes with that kind of athleticism run to the ball. Like he moves around the field like he's a running back. And what's funny about this cat, you do a little research on him, he was getting on what's his name? Dabo Sweeney, the head coach down there. He just pissed off because he wouldn't classify him as an athlete. You know how you put out a college brochure, you'll see such and such, kids a Canuck from such and such Canada, defensive end. He wanted to be classified as an athlete. He didn't want to be classified as a defensive tackle. He's cocky, man, but he's got everything he needs to back that shit up. He's a
Nobody
dog.
puts baby in a corner.
Yeah, he's one of them people. Like, we got the perfect coach to really.
Now let me ask you this: what kind of bull rush power did he display?
He's powerful, but he's more quick than he is powerful.
So he's not going to push a center or a guard back into the lap.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. He
will. He can.
But the thing is, in college, it looks away in college because you hit and miss every week who you're dealing with. All these dudes ain't going to the NFL. When you get to the NFL, all these motherfuckers dogs. Period. Point blank. That's a dog across from you every Sunday. Can he do that consistently to them? That's the conundrum of every single college athlete that's coming into the league. I don't give a damn what you think of him. Can you do that consistently against a dog every week? That's the question. And so I got tremendous confidence in this guy. Tremendous.
Well, Samo has a question. Woods can play nose tackle, but he's a 3-tech. I guess that's more of a comment than a question.
I don't think he's more of a nose tackle. I think he's 3-tech. I think he's a hybrid.
No, he's saying but his go to a comment after that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. That's what I think. That's what makes him even more attractive to us, because that's what you need on Dennis Allen's line. Guys move up and down in different places. You 1 minute you a 3-tech, next minute you got to take nose tackle reps. Can you hold it up? He's uniquely qualified in that way. There's several other guys, like the one I can think of, and I think his name is Daryl Jackson. He really looks like Akeem Hicks. We'll talk about him on another show, but while we're talking about Peter Woods, he's got the skill set to play anywhere on that defensive line. And I'm telling you, I think he'd get down and get busy. They throw him out at edge too. And he did that a few times because they're in a 3-man front. And so sometimes he's lined up on the inside and sometimes he's the edge. So you see it all with this cat in school, man. You see it all. I just want to see what it looks like in the NFL. Damn, Samuel said he got a verified 4.840.
Holy shit.
I've seen him in the weight room now.
Wait, hold on. Let me read these numbers here.
490 bench. Whoa.
This is why he wants to be classified as an athlete, because Mr. Peter Woods, at 6'3", 315 pounds, has a verified 4.8640 yard dash, 490-pound bench press, 700-pound squat, and 33-inch vertical.
His fat ass jumped
mostly lean mass.
His fat ass. I jumped to 41. Aldo couldn't believe when I told him, but I jumped to 41 vertical, and I wasn't nothing but about 175 pounds when I did that. This motherfucker 315 pounds, man. It got 33. That's that might sound like, oh, hey, okay. No, that's
gorilla.
That's a lot of mass going up 33.
Gorilla.
Now tell me, Ben Johnson
waiting to happen.
Ben Johnson, as what is he known as? Kids coach football psycho.
Football psycho
would not only have this kid,
as fullback,
as fullback, but he'd be in the Wildcat, but he'd be also out there catching passes.
This guy can move, man.
In the red zone.
Like if you saw this, when you see this guy running sideline to sidelines, like when the ball's getting away from him, he's going sideline to sideline, his engine just don't stop. But just watch how he runs like he's a running back. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't look like a defensive lineman when you see him chasing somebody down the field. You know how
have that engine that Dollar Bill Billings had chasing the quarterback down or the running back down, except he's more athletic.
Trips, you know what a normal defensive lineman looks like chasing somebody down the field. It looks like a goddamn disaster, don't it?
It's like, oh, he's trying so hard, bless his heart.
It don't look like no disaster. It look like he'll run your ass.
Leave Andrew Billings alone, man. What's wrong with you guys?
He'll run you down, bro. He will run you down. That's how much athleticism this guy's got to him. He will run a running back down from behind. I'm not kidding you, man. I'm not exaggerating. Samuel will tell you.
That time is faster than quarterbacks.
I am not exaggerating.
Nice.
John Dowd knows. Shout out to John Dowd just jumping up in here. He's a freak. You just don't see guys this big, that athletic, man. They don't come around that long, man. But seems like mamas is dropping these things on a regular basis now, man, because I see a handful of these cats every year. Man, but that's Peter Woods. Any last thoughts on this?
No, definitely a guy that we have to keep our eyes on. So go check out Peter Woods' highlights out there, or film if you can gain access, perhaps even on Huddle. Do all of that, and we will reconvene here next week.
All right, we got a couple more to get to real quick. Man, I can't get enough of this cat right here. Kyle Lewis, 6'1", 220 pounds, out of Pittsburgh. What he looks like to you, looking at him on the screen, you're probably like, oh, is this a safety?
He looked kind of like Kyler Gordon to me.
Yeah, kind of like a hybrid linebacker, safety, outside linebacker, nickel safety if you need him to be strong or free.
Dog, let me tell you something. Like, you got to understand what 220 pounds looks like with somebody with all muscle. And there's a lot of people walking around 220 pounds, all muscle at 6'1". A lot of human beings. But this freaking athletic, like Kyle Lewis's closing speed, like if he's sitting in a zone, if he's in a cloud zone or something like that, and he's covering area instead of a person. His closing speed is absolutely electric. How fast he closes ground when the ball is in the air. And what is Dennis Allen looking for? Speed. Speed, speed, speed. That's all he's been talking about. This guy can cover ground. He's a sure tackler, great hands. He doesn't shy from contact. At 220 pounds, it's like, it reminds me of the story about Max Crosby. I remember when he was first coming out. I was having different conversations about Max Crosby's size. And to this day, and even though he's got all these remarkable stats and done all these great things, I still say Max Crosby is way undersized for an edge rusher. He's not a big guy. He's tall and he's long, but he's not a big guy. And he crashes with the best of them. He's going to end up losing probably 3-4 games a year, but that's just the tenacity he plays with. This guy right here, he's just at the beginning of what he's going to be. At 220 pounds, you can easily see an off season where he puts on 5 to 7. Easily. He's got the frame to do it. But this guy, read, react, A+. Closing speed, A+. Filling the run, A+. And I'm not exaggerating. You can even use him as an extra pass rusher. You got to watch some tape on Kyle Lewis. I'm telling you, I am not exaggerating. This dude is electric. Absolutely electric. I think he's probably the most dynamic of the linebackers, and I'm not done. But of the linebackers I've seen, he's the most dynamic of them all.
Damn. All right.
Yeah,
Keep our eyes peeled on Mr. Lewis.
Look at what Samuel said.
Yeah, Samuel's saying he moves like a cat. That's kind of what you want. You want him to hit like a Mack truck at the same time. So those are the two things that you're really looking for. What are his measurables, bro? 6'1", 220. Okay.
Let's see. He's 21 years old, 6'1", 225 pounds.
And Samuel is right. A+ in coverage too, and pass rusher.
Interesting.
And he has a 40-yard dash time between 4.5 and 4.65. So he's got some wheels on him.
Okay.
I don't. You know what, Samuel? I was surprised when I looked at his measurables that he's 6'2". He looks more. 6'1". He looks more 6'2", 6'3" to me. To me, I think he's longer. Like maybe because his arms are long. I don't know what it is, but he looks a lot longer than 6'1" to me. The way he closes and gets in on when the ball is in the air and he closes on the ball, and sometimes he looks longer than that to me. Will linebacker is what we need because TJ. Absolutely right. I'm telling you, this is a stud right here, y'all. We looking at a stud.
So Samuel's saying he's short. I kind of slightly agree. What are your thoughts on the height?
I just told you. I think he's taller than 6'2".
I think he's taller than 6'2".
Taller than 6'1". My bad. Taller than 6'1". But it doesn't really matter what he measures out to be. That shit doesn't matter. The measurables they're nice to look at, but when I watch this guy on film and this cat is constantly, like, I've seen him go from, let's just say, this is the kind of stuff you expect Kyler Gordon to be able to do. You don't expect linebackers to be able to do. He's like probably center right from a defensive perspective as a linebacker. Center right on the play as a player snap. The ball is going to the hashes on the left. He's probably a little bit more to the right center. He covers that much ground while the ball is in the air over there into the flat. So what it was it looked like a 50-50 ball or a back shoulder throw to a receiver over there. Once he saw that quarterback turn and get ready to cock his arm, that's when he broke. There's a certain play that I saw on there. I was just like, oh, that's elite. He covered probably from the inside hash to the right and got all the way over to the sidelines in like a second and a half.
Damn.
Maybe 2 seconds. You know how much field that is to cover?
It's a lot of field.
That's a half a field or more. I'm talking about horizontally. Half a field or more. That's a lot of ground. You have got to watch him in coverage. I'm just telling y'all, guys. They don't make dudes like this that often. He's got great hands. Woo! He's special. Just putting that out there. I agree with that, Levante. He definitely needs to add some weight. I felt the same way about Max Crosby coming out. I was just like, ain't no way he's gonna have a sustained career in the NFL at his body weight playing edge. But he fooled me.
And Caleb, he's obviously projected, but 5th rounder.
It don't even matter. It don't even matter. He ain't fast as shit, Samuel. All right. Any thoughts about him? Any questions you got? Because I love to answer if you got any.
It was a good report. He's got toughness. Looked at a few quick highlights. He's a good blitzer. He's out in coverage. I didn't get check him out a lot, but he's got that dog in him. He's I think that they are looking at a marriage of what the coaches want and what Ryan Poles wants, because we all know Ryan Poles is an RAS kind of guy, and we see from the players that he took when Flus wanted to get players, they had that RAS thing in them, but they had whatever traits Flus saw, and they reached the agreement on whichever players. And it seems as though from the first draft under Ben Johnson, it's the same thing. They're all very athletic. They want to be great at football, which are Ryan Poles' needs and wants. Plus, they have the football acumen that now this coaching staff and Ben Johnson wants. And so if this draft, Ryan Poles goes, hey, Dennis Allen, it's your turn. What you need? And he says, I need speed, I need toughness, I need positional versatility. It sounds like, Lewis is going to be on both of their lists.
I'd say this, man, and I said this in a short, and I'll say it again. Any good, healthy relationship between coaches and GMs, Ryan Poles is just getting the grocery list. They're writing down what they want. It's up to Ryan Poles to go and exact that plan. The hell with what you want, Ryan Poles. And for any GM in the league for that matter as well. They get the credit when the shit comes to a head and you end up winning championships and shit like that. And the great GM such and such, at the end of the day, it's these coaches that know their schemes and know their scheme fits that tell, Brian Poles might be thinking a whole lot of guys are he wants to get, but the truth is just like, yeah, you know what? What's the smarter thing to do? I'm not out there coaching these guys day to day. I think I know what I'm talking about in scouting and attaining talent. But at the end of the day, what's more important, my ego or what these coaches want to build this winner? It's going to be what the coaches want. And that seems to be the case here in Chicago. That 1920 football drive really put it over the top for me. I thought that, but it proved to be exactly what I thought it was after watching that. So whoever it is that Dennis Allen wants defensively, Dennis Allen will get. Him and his staff, whoever they want, they will get. I know he's got to be high. He's got to be in the top 3 linebackers they're looking at. He's got to be. But if they want him and he's there at a certain point, to me, I think you do need to draft middle linebacker high or will linebacker high. In my opinion, if you want him for a long time, you got to go get him. But that's my opinion. That's Kyle Lewis, 6'1", 220 pounds out of Pitt. Dog-ass player. Nomad Network approved. All right, let's get to the last guy before we get out of this. This is another guy I'm just wild about.
What up, Kamish? What up, AC?
That is David Bailey. I hate that I wasted all that Max Crosby conversation on talking about the weight of Kyle Lewis, but you're talking about who reminds me of Max Crosby.
He's got that kind of length. I can see it already. What about the motor?
Huh?
What about the motor?
Man, come on, dog. There's everything about this cat reminds me of Max Crosby. He's just a different color. Everything about him. He's sleek, he's dynamic, he's fast, relentless. There's nothing about this guy that you're not gonna like. At 250, he's just there at the edge of the weight requirement to be a 4-3 edge rusher here with the height. He's just there. He's just like Austin Booker, but he's more explosive and faster.
Oh, then Booker.
Imagine that. Oh yeah,
Because Booker got some juice to him.
he ain't as fast as this dude.
Oh, damn.
He ain't as fast as this dude. And Booker's pretty fast. He's pretty damn fast. So what you like about him? I just like he's a throwback football player to me. What you notice about him? What do you notice about him that you can see on the screen? Anything come off to you as different?
Well, I'm just looking at what am I looking at? One of these draft sites, and it's like pass rush 100%, coverage 97%, run defense 85%, tackling 88%. And so it's like I was just looking at this, but looking at just this picture, what stands out? He's on the right side. He's in a 2-point stance. I don't know what stands out to you, kids.
Really, just the length. That is what jumps out to me right away. His arms are super long.
Hey kids, it's one of those pictures you see on social media. Like, what's wrong with this picture?
Oh well, first of all, he don't like wearing pads.
No, he ain't got no gloves on. Every player that you see in any level of football has a pair of gloves on.
Yeah, I've been buying gloves for my kid for forever.
Yeah, he got a lot of skin. See a lot of skin on this kid.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird.
That no gloves mean he ain't playing.
Well, isn't there some kind of rule though that because he don't look like he got any pads on his thigh pads or none of that?
Yeah, he got nothing going
on his knees. Ain't that a rule or something? That you gotta have so many pads on or something?
The NFL had 10 head coaching job openings this offseason. So listen to Nomad if you want. And you won't be a GM for long.
Oh, damn.
Mr. Charleston chained up his goddamn
funny.
Nah, I'll do bullshit. But yeah, man, so the traits about this guy is how he wins. How does he win in pass rush? Let's just start with the pass rush. Elite. Absolutely elite. Unstoppable. He can beat you. What's most impressive about him is his speed. Speed off the ball. And I mean, when the ball snaps and he's back there in the backfield so freaking fast, like you watch that those Max Crosby highlights and stuff, and when he gets off the ball, he shoots a gap, and how he's on top of the running back at the quarterback and the quarterback at the same time before the handoffs even happen. That kind of speed and quickness. He's
4.5 40.
He'll shoot that gap and be right on top of him. He can go around you really, really fast. I wouldn't want to be an offensive tackle at 320 pounds trying to block this cat. He's just too fast, too slick, and he can bend the corner around a dime. He's elite. I think he led the nation in sacks. Not only that, he's stronger than you think. Like,
it's 14 and a half.
Okay. One of the things about a player, when you start to look at, what he can be on the next level, first thing you got to do is see him out of pads. When you start getting to that level of projecting what somebody can be. This is a baby. He's got a baby face. That dude, when it's all said and done, is going to be 270 pounds and still as fast as he wants to be. You can look at him, tell he's got that Southern boy in his face. He's going to be thicker. So what he's looking like right now, I just love looking at old pictures from when a guy was a rookie to 6 years later, 5-6 years later, when his body starts to mature as a man and he get his man and nobody can deal with him. Every now and again, you'll get a guy like Khalil Mack that just came into life with big ass muscles and strong like a grown man. Yeah, you'll get guys like that. But most other people take a couple years, few years to get that man strength to him. He's strong as shit. But wow, what he's gonna be later, and he's good now. What he's gonna be later is gonna be dynamite.
6'3", 250 pounds, 22 years old. Was like a 4.5 40. And the thing with Mr. Bailey is now he is projected to be a top 10 pick, of course.
I see top 5, bro. Like he's young.
Well,
I'm messing around here, and he's jumping off early.
Well, but the thing is, he's not only has the physical traits that you can project that he still has to develop his grown man body weight and strength, but he also has the production in college already.
Yeah.
So he has them both under his belt. So it's like, yeah.
Man, you know what surprised me? It was his, because he does have freakishly long arms.
He does. That's what jumps out for me.
What his speed to power, because he's so good at maneuvering around you with speed, quickness. He can get inside, he can get outside of you with speed and quickness like it ain't nothing. And he can turn to that speed into power, and it's offsetting for the offensive lineman that has to block him, because he's so used to that dude just using the speed and quickness to, depending on when he uses that set, that can be extremely off-putting for an offensive lineman. And when he does it and boom, he puts his hand into the chest of that offensive lineman, you can see it's a total shock. Total shock. He's a nightmare to have to block.
Let me ask you a crazy, wild question. Would you move up in the draft to select David Bailey?
He's one of the guys that I would. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. All these guys. I think the only one of the bunch that might get to 25, and I don't think that's a guarantee. It's a guarantee in mock drafts that Kyle Lewis is there at 25. But that ain't no guarantee.
Oh no, wow. Kyle Lewis is projected closer to being a 5th round pick. All this stuff is going to be in flux as we move forward in the next couple of months. But David Bailey is projected to be a top 5 right now, and I don't see him slipping significantly unless something changes. We'll see. But yeah, that's
he's for sure one of them.
Yeah,
I'm for sure if I got machinations of moving up in the draft to get a certain player, this is one of the MFers I'd do it for sure. He's tough, man, extremely tough.
What the hell?
Samo says it's pig pork. Anyway, man,
that's not exactly what he said. But
okay.
He's saying yes. That what he's saying is yes. That's what he's saying. Yes.
All right. So, all right. Any last thoughts about this guy? Any thoughts before we get out of this? Because we got another conversation to get into.
Okay. No, let's go next. What do we got coming up?
So one of the things I heard over the last couple of days, and I want to see what you guys thought about it.
Here we go.
I'm hearing on social media that a qualified reporter on the Arizona beat is saying that I ain't gonna say the Arizona has significant interest in it, because I think you shouldn't use that word. Let's just say they are interested in Tyson Bagent. And I think, I don't know what you guys have heard, but I think rightfully so. Number one. Number two is I think he deserves a shot at a starting quarterback job, man. I think he does. I just like his skill set. I like his heart. I like his moxie. And to be honest with you, we don't deserve to have a quarterback that good as a backup. We don't. He is that good. I think he should have a starter's job. And I'm glad that Arizona's looking at him. I don't know what we get out of that, but I'm glad they're looking at him. He should be starting somewhere.
Well, there's a Backstreet Boys song out there. I'm not a big fan, but it goes a little something like this. Bye, bye, bye. Like straight up. If we can get rid of Tyson, and I'm not hating on Tyson. I think he's actually a very talented quarterback. But the fact is, undrafted free agent, we paid nothing to get him. We're paying him a little bit right now to keep him. If we can offload that cap and unload a second, third rounder, that'll really help us round out this team. We can draft a developmental quarterback towards the very back end of this draft, like I happen to do in my mock. But yeah, I that's like, so the mock that I did this morning, I traded him to Arizona for their number 3 pick overall, which is just not ever going to happen. But that's what I did, and I had to tell somebody about it. In any event, I think we might be able to get a third rounder out of this at best, and that is significant.
No.
First starting quarterback, though? Why not?
Let me explain something to you.
Mm-hmm.
You make a trade for Tyson Bagent, the best you're gonna get. If you get a 5, you're feeling good. You get a 4, you got lucky.
The question for me, if I'm trading the player, is do you plan to start the player at the quarterback position?
They're gonna make a trade for him. They ain't gonna build a team around him the first year, but they're gonna bring in a qualified competitor to really give him a run for his money. But they see something in him that we saw in him, and it's pretty.
Look, I hear what you're saying, and under normal pretenses, an undrafted free agent shouldn't be.
You get a 6, you lucky, bro.
Whoa, like no. We're talking about a starting quarterback in the NFL.
They're not gonna trade him to build a team around. Not how they're gonna present it to Ryan Poles.
But that's what the trade would be for. They're not bringing him over. If they're bringing him over as a backup, you're talking about a 6th or 7th. If you're bringing him over and your plans are to start the player at the quarterback position potentially.
So you
think a lot about this player. You have a lot of value with respect to this player. Let's talk 3-4. Like
let me interject here, because you all are both hitting on some key points here. Different perspectives. One, first of all, I hate when the fans use the term, well, team friendly deal. You know, we need a guy on a team friendly deal. He can stay if it's a team friendly deal, blah, 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 if it saves us money. And then they'll use the same breath to say, well, the kid deserves to go to a good situation where he has a chance to win a championship. Or in this case, Tyson Bagent here, where he has a chance to start. Now, when you look at who is that? Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, they sat on the bench for 3 years behind starters. And it does, Tyson Bagent want to do that? And we want to have, Caleb Williams beyond 3 years. So how long does, Tyson Bagent saying, I'm good being the understudy, because we know his competitive nature. He wants to play. He wants the opportunity to start, and he's not going to get that in Chicago. So if Arizona or whatever team came a calling, the business side says, all right, he's under, 2 years for $10 million or something, like next to nothing in NFL terms. He is still a unproven commodity at starter, but a lot of potential. He was not Ben Johnson's pick. Ben Johnson inherited him, and he was a UDFA. So any kind of pick compensation is an upgrade. What's his exit strategy as far as the front office is concerned? So if the Jets are sniffing around, if Arizona is sniffing around, now you can get a little bidding war. Maybe you get it up to a 4th. And I'd say, granted, what Ked is saying is like, yo, you want him to come in and be your starter. That's valuable. It should be worth more than a 6th rounder. But it was a UDFA, and he still isn't a proven starter, so he's not going to get you a 3rd rounder. But if you can negotiate it up to like a 4th rounder, I think you take that and then let Ben Johnson identify, what quarterback he wants to bring in and develop.
Okay, maybe
5. Bring back Case
we
Keenum.
Say 3. Well, we take hands at 4.
let me say this. And fellas, we've done so many podcasts together, and we have so many conversations off air, behind the scenes in the green room when ain't nobody around. And sometimes it blurs because we have conversations in those areas just like we're having conversations now. And so I can remember talking to kids in particular about what I thought. This is before we knew Caleb was going to turn out. We had a lot of questions about Caleb coming into the season. Like, man, can he, what's the shit going to look like with Ben Johnson? Is he going to be what Ben Johnson needs? All those questions we had before the season started and we finished the season. We had a bunch. Not to say that we didn't think Caleb was good. No, we just was like, okay, is this shit going to work out kind of questions. Now, when we started looking at Tyson Bagent and listening to Tyson Bagent, one of the things Tripp said that was important is he sees himself as a starter. He thinks he can compete and start in the NFL. When you have a player, and he said as much on a couple podcasts, you know what I mean? He said as much. He thinks of himself that way. And I think the right thing to do with a guy like that is to see what his market is out there. I think they were right for getting him under contract because I think he's a really, really good backup. And if we know nothing else, Kev and Trips, we looked around the league this year. The league has a starting NFL quarterback problem, do they not?
Yeah.
So we're looking for some qualified guys right about now, right?
Well, you're always
see where I'm going.
No, I hear where you're going, and then the name Brock Purdy jumps into the mix.
Brock
right? Brock Purdy. And why I throw the name Brock Purdy into the mix is because nobody had any kind of faith that Brock Purdy might actually be a viable quarterback in the NFL. I don't know what his trade value might be, but San Francisco just signed him to a big money contract because he actually gets the job done. This is like the final pick in the draft, just next to being an undrafted free agent. Big money contract. So if he can get the job done and actually start for a really good football team under Kyle Shanahan, there's no reason why
he's going to get paid.
I'm just saying there's no reason why Tyson Bagent.
But let me ask you this: like the quarterback that I'm sure we'll look more at, but Taylon Green from Arkansas that Nomad mentioned,
the one that I selected in my last draft.
Also, I don't know
he's a projected 6th rounder.
Also, I don't know if y'all noticed, but San Fran is cuffing pretty hard on Mac Jones, and they've got a $200-something million quarterback.
So imagine they picked him up on waivers for Gratis and Scott Free, right? Like
$5 million.
Good on them, but recognize who they paid, right? They paid
Purdy.
They paid the final Mr. Irrelevant, right? So.
Well, who's his backup?
It's Mac Jones.
Okay.
Who was a top, highly touted and drafted commodity. One more time, they paid Purdy because he gets the job done. All I'm trying to say, the only reason I'm bringing them up, like who cares about the 49ers? The only reason I'm bringing them up is because there's no reason why Tyson Bagent can't do the same. So if you're going into negotiations under this pretense and they plan on starting this guy as their quarterback, you start at number 3.
It's hard to even find a good backup in the league right now.
That's what I'm saying.
All of those guys, man.
All right, so if they have a comp pick or something for a third, and it's like they say, hey, Ryan Poles, we got this third, we want T-Bag. And so if you're Poles, you think you should say sold?
Well, you have to make your considerations here, but I think a third round is definitely
that's a
bottom line is you have traded off a significant piece to this team, being that backup quarterback that you will likely require. You will have to replace. Getting a second or a third, you can put a viable player on the field. Right? Like it's worth your time to make this trade. Just letting him off for 6th or 7th or 5th isn't necessarily like commensurate at all. Right? Like if Caleb goes down, what do you do? Well, the answer to that is you got to go get somebody to make sure that he can handle the situation if Caleb goes down.
Well, let me ask you this though. He's under contract for I think 2 years. So what happens next year if he's not extended? He just walks for nothing?
Well, those are conversations that Ryan Poles will have to make. Maybe he extends him, maybe he doesn't extend him. The odds are he does not extend him. Let's be honest about this, just from a dollars and cents.
All right. Let me help you guys out. So your average backup in the NFL, that guy is probably a $10 million guy, wouldn't you say? At least. Your average qualified good backup in the league in the NFL his price range is probably somewhere around what Tyson Bagent is getting. And so what they did was probably one of the smartest moves that Ryan Poles made.
Of course.
I don't know if this happened during the season, off season, whenever it happened. This is one of the better things that he did was get him locked in with a value to him.
Mm-hmm.
And so now there's a dollar amount attached to this move. So 6th round pick is low bar. 4th or 3rd is pretty high. And his price range at $10 million in over 2 years is right around there. And so that's where you can justify, okay, you're going to have to bring your pay game up, man. You're going to have to give me a little bit more than that. We paying him. He's got $8 million up front. We've already paid him that much money. So you're going to have to step up your value. So that's where the argument can be made. You have to raise your value for the trade for Tyson Bagent.
All of these things sort of point towards, again, I said go in with a 3rd. I would probably like Bear Truth Don is saying in the chat. I probably actually would go in with let's talk a 2nd round pick. This is a quarterback, it's the most valuable position on the team. If you're planning on starting this particular player, start him. He's on a relatively low wallet share price tag. You can probably, again, renegotiate with him, get something close to the price tag that he's playing for Chicago, but put him in a starting position. I'm sure he'll be happy. He'll have the opportunity he's looking for. And we get a 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder or something of that nature, and we can sort of move forward with it. Right?
Before you go, Tris, let me ask you this, and this should be the last thing we talk about here, and this is the most important thing. Do you think Tyson Bagent is more important for the run coming up this season, or is he more valuable for a trade right now?
Always has been more valuable for a trade. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, he's obviously valuable as a backup quarterback, but this past season he got on the field for a few gadget plays.
Okay.
So
that's why I said it this way is because, okay, we're gonna make a run this year, and knocking on wood, if something breaks down, do you like what you have and the guy that you have? Is he more important for the season moving forward? For the run, we might have to go for the ring, for the chip. Or is he more important for some value later on down the line? To me, if it comes down to that, he's more important to keep.
No, well, I don't think that they're planning on being one and done, going for a chip. So it's like if you're planning long term, it's like, all right, well, eventually we're going to have to make a move with a backup quarterback because we want to pay Caleb, $60 million in a few years. So we're going to, have to get younger again and, revamp that position. You got to rip off the Band-Aid sometime. So sooner the better while he still is at his max value. And, because if Arizona or Jets or whoever, I saw numbers that Malik Willis was expected to fetch around $35 million starting. And, Tyson doesn't have that experience like Malik Willis. So if he does decent enough, they could extend him for $20 million, which is a huge pay bump for Bagent. And it's a huge value to whatever team, extends him. So the value that he has as a commodity, as an asset to this franchise going forward, is worth being maximized right now.
It's trade bait. He always has been trade bait. I'll be straight up and down about this. This is potentially why he's gotten on the field as frequently as he has. Not to say that he's not a talented quarterback. He definitely is. He's a talented athlete as well. Those things being said about Tyson Bagent really puts him in a position where somebody should be willing to trade something for him. And I've been hoping for this for a couple of years. Now, when you get to the backup conversation, you go get another backup. Every quarterback comes into this league, gets forced into a position, and shits the bed. Some of them don't, and they continue on and grow.
That you just said that so flippantly, like there's a lot of backups that you just got to remember, put it in the context of you talking about a team that's making a run and needs a backup quarterback. That if your quarterback goes down, this guy can fill in the bill and get us over the top. Just understand that when you're talking about that.
I do, and I have
many of those guys out there.
I have full faith.
There's not
football cycle.
Give me 3 of them that you think is qualified. 3 fucking quarterbacks that are backups right now that you think. Give me 3. Exactly.
That's not my job.
Yeah, I don't
know. Here's what I'm saying. It's not my job. Because it's the job of the football cycle. He's going to coach up whoever he decides to get. He might likely get another veteran. You'll have a veteran and a young, youthful QB, and you got 2 guys behind him. And in most case scenarios, the young guy will either cost you, he'll be coming in at a late round selection, or he's already sort of, Anthony Richardson had trouble out there and needs some support and can be developed up.
Dog, let me help you out. You got Case Keenum, who was just on the team this year.
He won't be on the team moving forward. It'll be somebody else.
Let me keep going. You got Case Keenum. You got Jameis Winston. And there's probably one more guy out there. I'm just coming up short. Maybe Mac Jones. Somebody's taking enough reps. It might be 1 or 2 more guys out there.
There's a bunch of guys out there.
I know it ain't not that good.
There's Wilson. There's friggin' Justin Fields. There's guys who have sort of fallen out of favor all over the league that you can get in backup capacity. There's tons of them, and they don't cost draft capital. You see what I'm saying? They also don't cost big money contracts.
Malik Willis is another one. You're right.
Malik Willis is definitely another one. Howard, like I say, Anthony Richardson, they don't even know what they're going to do with him over there. I'm not saying he's in a great position or knows, has really had an opportunity to shine at the quarterback position, but give him an opportunity to sit behind somebody just like Malik
and
learn an offense, and maybe he might improve.
And by the way, one of you guys, if you don't mind, just Google it if you want to while we get ready to close this conversation out. But the guy that helped really develop him, that didn't really get a lot of credit while he was here, Andrew Janoko, remember that guy?
Mm-hmm.
I think he just got a high level. I don't know if it's good. He just got a job somewhere.
I believe he's OC at maybe Las Vegas. No, it's not Raiders.
He just got a job somewhere. Just keep an eye on that.
Well, like I say, if you can get, and this is the whole purpose. You draft and it's what I've been talking about for years. You draft, you develop, and you trade. That's how you guap up and build a football team. In this scenario, this is exactly what they've done with this brilliant young man. Give him the opportunity to go start, and let's get some capital so that we can go to market and really build out this football team.
All right, let's close this conversation out. And I think Tyson Bagent should be somewhere where he gets an opportunity to start, and he'll never get that opportunity here. He deserves to be
There's that too.
He deserves to be in a situation, in my opinion, where he gets to really qualify his talent and his skill set to a starter role. And that is somewhere else that ain't here. And so quietly behind the scenes, it wouldn't surprise me if polls and coaches got together with him and say, hey, we know that you think you're a starter and you think you can play as a starter in the NFL. If we decide we want to try to move you, you okay with that? And what's more suitable for you? Where would you like to be, if we had to give you that opportunity? I'm sure that conversation is being had because it's respectful. And so shout out to Tyson Bagent, man. I think the world of him as a football player.
Me too.
I just like to see him in a situation where he can really, really flourish and let his talents out, man. So it's just not going to happen here. But in the big picture, if we keep him, I know why we did it. It's because we're going to run. So let's get into this last conversation about the Bears. And you guys are going to do a whole lot of talking because I don't know exactly what went on here, but I've heard some things. So tell me about what happened in this interview.
Kids, you watched the whole thing. I watched clips because I'm saving, because it was like an hour and 30 minutes or hour and a half or whatever. So I'm saving it for my bubble bath with some candles so I can listen to the whole thing. So I've only heard a few clips here and there. So kids, go ahead and break it down.
You know what? It might be a great bubble bath type podcast. Like I just gotta say, you rubber ducky candles, maybe some chocolate hearts in a box,
and some wine, of course.
It was a Valentine's Day thing. These two guys, huh?
Or a little wine or whiskey.
Oh, a little wine. Okay, yeah, you get some vino in there. So look, these two guys had the opportunity to sit down with each other, and the first two things to say to start this whole thing out.
First of all, shout out to the Rush, that whatever podcast that is, we use their graphic, man. So shout out to them.
Yo, big ups to the Rush for putting this together. I'd never watched the Rush before, but I kind of assume, or at least the way that it came off was like Max Crosby, it's his best friend or one of his very close friends was the host. So it's the first time that I'm watching it. Now, these two guys were just like super cool on this podcast, as in Caleb and Max. Super cool guys, just being cool, having a cool ass conversation, and enjoying each other with respect to their football games. And Max clearly has a deep respect for that game that they played against each other. Because if you guys remember the game against the Raiders, to start the game out, Max was a holy terror motor everywhere, right? Like he was just running wild, and it was crazy to watch until
is the best way to describe it.
You know what I mean? Like just a holy terror. So at some point in the game, Ben Johnson figures him out, right? And they made some adjustments on the line, and those line adjustments by putting Theo on the left-hand side and putting Ozzy on the right, basically it nerfed that motor and his ability to really get that pass rush going. But for the beginning of the game, his pass rush was working and Caleb was on the run and on the move, and he really had to make some shooking and diving work. It was really a sort of a mono thing, Caleb versus Max in that scenario, and in that they both gained a high level of respect for each other. Now, fast forward to after Ben Johnson makes the adjustment. So again, what we hear in this conversation is now Max is like, okay, so like I got a little bit of love for that coach too. What's the coach like? And Caleb sort of lets him know, look, football psycho is football psycho. He wants to beat everybody's ass. He wants to whoop ass. He wants to put the most points up in the league next season. So the type of stuff we're talking about. And he gets into Ben Johnson's personality, and Max kind of appreciates all of that conversation because, again, it was the machinations on the line that shut him down, right? So he respects it. And then they get into the actual crux of the game, which is now that Max has been nerfed from a pass rush perspective, he's just motoring. He's running wild. He's getting tackles. He's doing whatever he can to disrupt this football game. And he's doing a great job. But the biggest thing that he winds up doing is he winds up dropping into coverage at one point, but he's lined up on the left side. The pass is going to the opposite direction. It's going to the right, and he kind of drops into coverage, reads Caleb's eyes, runs across, and just snakes this ball out of the sky. And next thing you know, he's running with it. And Caleb sort of describes. And it's funny, man. He describes that whole experience, and he's like, "Oh, like when I saw you get the interception, I was like, oh damn, oh shit, I gotta go tackle this guy now." Now he's running, and that's exactly the way that he described it. He was like, "Now I gotta go run." So he's like, "I ran, and I like angled you off in hopes that." Maybe a linebacker would come through or somebody would come through with a linebacker on the field. Somebody would come through and knock you out of bounds. And they knocked him out of play. And he didn't have to make the tackle. But he was a little bit worried that he was like, damn, like I might have to actually tackle Max Crosby. This is not going to bode well for me. And that's kind of how the conversation went in a nutshell. But most importantly, it was just respect between two elite players talking about their game, talking about how they prepare, in the off season and in the regular season, right down to what they eat and what have you. Really cool conversation across the board. I enjoyed every minute of it. And I strangely think, I don't know if it's just me, but I strangely think that not only was this purposeful, but I think I think the outcome of it, of how comfortable they seemed with each other, might.
You're reading into it.
I maybe I am, but I don't think I'm the only person who is.
You probably not. I think most people did, most Bears fans, because there's a lot of the Bears fandom that really wants this guy. Now, but I think what I'm about to say fits into this story that you just told about this podcast, which I haven't seen again. My bandwidth was very thin because I just found it late last night. I just got finished doing all the stuff that we're doing tonight, setting up this show and all the stuff that's going on. And my bandwidth was thin. I didn't have the bandwidth for an hour podcast. I just did not last night, but I will watch it in full. But I think my scouting of Max Crosby fits into this conversation this way. In the context of why Caleb and the Bears offensive line had a lot of problems with Max Crosby. Not that he is not that for most teams around the league. He does that to pretty much everybody, but particularly this group. What I think what he really, really does well, and you have to do some real deep dive tape study to see this. Max Crosby is really good, and I say really good, at seeing the offensive line's alignment to give him an indicator as to what to do. And for a lot of people, like if you see the offensive line with a little bit more wider splits, than the last play. So let's just say they had a little tighter split. So the offensive guard and the center, the space in between each other was a little bit more narrow on certain downs. And when they want to run the ball, when they want to pass the ball, you notice that, you see that split a certain kind of way. So you come to learn when you're lined up against them that, if these guys got really tight splits, they're setting up to fan out for pass protection. But when they're a little bit more wide, they're setting up a running play. And when you got like the guard or the tackle, they kind of will tell you where they want to go with their feet and their nose of their helmet. They'll kind of tell you where they're about to point, where they're about to aim their block at. They'll kind of tell you. You just got to look close enough. And Max Crosby has figured that out in spades. He realized that we had a not young offensive line, but we had an inexperienced offensive line together. And so him and his dominance and his ability to be able to use his skill set, and blessings and shout out to the coaches for giving him the freedom to shoot any gap that he wants to. If he can figure out something ahead of time, he was figuring out exactly where Jonah Jackson was going. He's figuring out wherever the tackle was going, wherever the center was going. If he was seeing that there was going to be a gap here or there, whether it was the A gap or B gap, he just shot it. Just shot gaps and constantly caused disruption in that offensive line. That's where Max Crosby was the menace that he was. That's why he figured out the line splits and he figured out the timing. He was getting off the ball. As soon as the ball was even lifted, he was off that thing and into the backfield shooting a gap. No offensive lineman in the league can really do anything about that. And so when he knew that there was a combination of a young-ass quarterback, combination of an inexperienced line playing together, and that they were giving up tails in their alignment, that's food for him. And he ate.
Big time. Right? But like I said, Ben kind of figured it out at some point, and it really slowed down his output. And that's what, for me, that's where I personally saw the best of Max Crosby, because now that you're kind of schemed out of what you normally do, those tells have aren't as obvious, and the gaps, it's harder to shoot the gap because the protection is working. You start getting into getting tackled. You just be relentless, right? And that's what jumped out on the tape for me of that particular game. This guy don't stop. He has constant motor, which is unmatched, right? Like, you don't see that from every edge rusher out there. A lot of folks are just like, where are the sacks? And that's great. But what if you're lined up against the number one left or right tackle in the game and you just can't get by him? Can you be effective in the football game too? He can. And that's what really impressed me about Max Crosby. End of the day, though, back to the reading into it thing, I think there is some stuff to be read into. I think these two guys hollered at each other and said, "Hey, look, let's hook up and see, and have a conversation, feel each other out, see if we can connect." And I think they connected very well. They're both the same type of player. And what I mean by that is, just from a mentality perspective, I think both of these guys would run through a brick wall for Ben Johnson if given the opportunity. So that's sort of my.
He's an extremely high IQ player, but I have to go.
Time.
I have to go to this point, and this point should be the most dominating part of the conversation, but people will take it how they will. For years since we've been doing this podcast, when it comes down to these moments when everybody gets excited in the offseason about, we need this player, we need to go get that player, I want this player, I want that player, nobody seems to either it might be just a lack of understanding. And I understand that people don't do deep dive on football like some of us do, but some of us have been accustomed to doing it. So that's just the only way we do it. And there is a thing about fit that needs to be spoken to about Max Crosby. And also, one of the things that I've been hearing multiple times is that Dennis Allen is pushing Ryan Poles not to do this, not to go spend and do that kind of transaction, because he feels like he doesn't need to, because I don't think fit should be left out of this conversation. Max Crosby's like, I don't know what he's listed at, but I look at him playing his playing weight when he's on the field. Max Crosby's about 240. Just telling you. He's about 240 pounds. And I don't care what his weight says when somebody goes and look it up. I'm looking at that guy playing football. He's about 240, but he's long. He's disruptive. When it comes to setting an edge in a 4-3 front, you need to be a certain type. You need to be a certain type. I'm not saying Max Crosby and he's good enough to where you just throw the mold away, but I wouldn't be surprised if they stay true to form and get a guy that has a certain body type. You just saw what they did with Dio. Dio's damn near 300 pounds. They're looking for a certain kind of guy. I just don't want people to get their hopes up high, and he's not even in consideration, because he's not necessarily the scheme fit that they're looking for.
I don't know if scheme fit or no. If Dio Odangbo is the example, that example didn't exactly prove to work. So just want to put that out there as well, right? Maybe the 300-pound edge ain't the best move in the world when you actually need to rush the passer. Perhaps 240, a little bit more svelte with some speed.
That's the problem, kids. Is where you go to, exactly where you go to when I just get done saying what I just said. You go right to pass rush. That's one aspect of being an edge in football. That's only one aspect. There's other things.
Yeah, but like Dio Odangbo is still on the roster, so we could line him up for edge setting case scenario if the requirement is there. I don't know if is what you're saying that Max Crosby can't set the edge?
He cannot set the edge quite as well as a heavier guy. No, he's gonna crash down on the offensive line and try to, but he's just not physically built to do that down in and down out. Not in a 4-3 front. He's just not.
I don't know about that particular statement. I think he can set the edge, but
it's called
I do
physics,
agree.
brother.
No,
It's
I
called
do
physics.
agree a larger guy can set the edge better. But the detriment to a larger guy is the pass rush might not be quite as effective. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's either you get a faster guy who can get to the quarterback, who might be lighter, or you get a bigger guy who can set the edge and he might not get to the quarterback. What is the requirement? What do you need? Do you need more pressure? I can guarantee you that Max Crosby will give you the pressure.
Man, it's now if they go out and get Max Crosby, it wouldn't surprise me because he's one of those guys that only come around, every so often, just like a Myles Garrett. You only have opportunity to get guys like this once in a while. But if it's down to, I'm pretty sure Ryan Poles is just like, just give me the green light. We're gonna make an attack. We're gonna make an attack plan. We're gonna get this guy. But if Dennis Allen is inside that building saying that, yeah, I think he's a demon, but down in and down out, he doesn't really fit what we do, then you have to consider it null and void.
Well, I mean,
run this shit.
If you just look at it from the perspective of the Raiders want supposedly 2 first-round picks and a premium player, wouldn't it be more prudent to not use those resources on a Max Crosby and use them to move up to take a Bailey, who has youth on his side, who can be, not the next Garrett or the next Crosby, but the first Bailey or something like that. So don't trade away resources for older players. Use them to move up in the draft to get better talent or prospective talent.
So I'll put it like this. You can use the word older, which you do frequently, or you could use the word proven. So we know what Max Crosby is. We have no clue in the NFL versus an NFL offensive line what Bailey is. That's yet to be proven. So the potential and possibility for busting out, not to say that he's going to or is a bust,
right,
but there is a potential there as well.
Well, how many seasons has Crosby finished? The 4 seasons?
A fair amount. Definitely not this one.
Well, it wasn't the last 2 he went out with injury. So I mean, he's a tough guy, but he goes down his fair share with his dings and dangs. So he's also 30 years old.
Are we saying that a younger guy can get hurt as well? Because young guys can get hurt too.
Well, yeah.
Right? Injuries can happen to anybody. But most importantly, we know what he is. We know how to utilize him. You just unleash this monster on the field and he's off to the races. Everything I just said could also apply to Bailey, except there's a question mark there because we just don't know. It's an unproven commodity. You never know, man.
I'm just being honest with you, man. Like, you got to realize what kind of fronts we've been playing in, defensive fronts we've been playing in for the last, let's just say the last time I seen before Flus and this regime right here with Dennis Allen, we switched out to a 3-4 front when Vic was here and that whole crew. We've got, the only team that really plays a 4-3 front that wins consistent Super Bowls in this league is the Kansas City Chiefs, and they do it well. And Vic too. Vic plays he plays a 3-4 front, but he plays with more 4 down, and it looks more 4-3 most of the time. And he's in zone coverages a lot of time. But you got to understand how and why, and know the difference between a 34 and a 43, and why you got to have a certain body type to run them successfully. If Dennis Allen is telling this guy, like, I love Max Crosby. I think he's an animal. He's a future Hall of Famer. But down in and down out, this ain't what we need, man. That's why, to me, Myles Garrett is easily the fit if it comes to these big pricey free agents. I mean, big pricey potential guys to bring on this team. It's Myles Garrett. That guy fits absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm in full agreement with you with the Myles Garrett thing. Don't get my following comments wrong. My following comments are with respect to layering in a player to offset the cost. The Raiders have no wide receivers. They've drafted tight ends back to back. They don't have a wide receiver. Name me a Las Vegas wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? So this is where the general DJ Moore conversation comes into play, and it's not crazy. They desperately need a wideout. DJ Moore is one of the better wideouts league wide, right? He's multifaceted as far as that is concerned. I think they would do very well with the DJ Moore. That's why this conversation is actually viable, because it lowers the compensation for the Raiders, which makes it easier for the Bears to pallet.
This stuff is all mock simulator shit. And the truth is, we get here every single year when we get in the off season.
Of course.
Everybody gets all titillated about who we can get and what player to get. And I agree with 99% of how people feel about it. But the football always lands and is the dominant force in my mind. And when it comes down to it, it's going to come down to that. It's not about what we want. It's about what they're going to do and what their plan is. And we don't know what it is, to be quite frank with you. And so, you know, we'll get there when it's time, man. But that was the conversation with Caleb Williams, and I will watch it a little bit later on when I got time. But Max Crosby is just so, he's just so, I mean, I get to thinking about what that would look like, and I'm just like, wow.
Bro, he's cool as shit too, man. Just like, I know we really seem to, you know, we're going to be talking about the football aspect to it, but in this particular, y'all, shout out to the Rush. Give them the opportunity to watch this if you have an hour. He seemed to be a really cool cat, man. Really cool individual, and I think the Bears defense would appreciate a guy like that. And that's really where this became interesting for me.
Bro, all I know is it ain't gonna go down no way that we thinking it's gonna go down. Anything that happens in this realm, it ain't gonna go down the way we thinking about it. But
I have a feeling we get a totally different person who just happened to come onto the market as a cut.
All right, I'll tell you what, man. We're gonna end this conversation because we gotta have another one, and that is, you know. Again, I keep telling you guys week after week, and it probably sounds like a bunch of BS when I'm talking about it, but I feel more closer to the people that prep for a disastrous situation than I ever was. And I've been having my eyes on this thing for quite a long time. It's talk about war with Iran and all kinds of other crazy stuff, right? Like that. The economic system is kind of not being what it's supposed to be. Prices are out of control. There's just all kinds of chaos in this country. I don't know what it is in other places in the world, but in this country, we're going through some unique shit, man. And it's time to start thinking about preparation for a plan B, man. That's just all it is to it. And here we go. Stay off the chat, brother. But hey, you go ahead, Trips. This might sound or look really, really silly. Like, why, no man, why are we talking about a road atlas in 2026?
Yeah, it's a Rand McNally Road Atlas, you know, the old school makers of these. This one's on a spiral. I'm sure it's probably got the wax type paper or pages. But it's very necessary because nowadays, you don't map quest it anymore, kids. You just pull out your GPS and it tells you where you are, where you need to go. You see the little icons and all that pretty stuff.
Mhm.
But in a situation where it's a doomsday kind of thing and you need to go old school, pencil and paper, compass, navigate by the stars and such. Or you pull out the road atlas, and you figure out where you need to your destination, and then you look to see how to get there. Now you say, hey, Route 66 is closed. What route should I take? And it's like, you take this little detour, and you can navigate to where you need to be to find your way to safety or find your way to a loved one to bring them back to safety.
All right, let me jump in here. They come as low as, I thought, to be honest with you, a 30.75 price for I think just because it's the brand name, it's been around for a long time and they can jack up a price on that. That's why this thing is that expensive. But you can get them, I've seen them as low as $14.99. This is where it comes in handy. This is for basically the analog era, when there's no digital available for you. Your phone's broke, or you lost it, somebody took it from you, there's no way to charge it, whatever reason you need to have a way to get from A to B. You might have to go, and a physical road atlas is, this thing is undefeated, man. For a long time, my pops forced me to carry one of these in each of my vehicles. I come to your house, you better have some beer in the refrigerator. I get in your car, you better have a half a tank of gas at least at all times in all of your vehicles, and you better have an atlas under your seat or in your glove compartment. That's just the way my pops taught me and raised me and trained me. He's like, I know everybody got all these funny ass gadgets and all this digital stuff, but you keep this. So I was taught that way. And I think to this day, my van out there and my truck, I'm sure that there's an atlas somewhere in those vehicles because I know I put one there.
Well, the thing is, this one is a large scale. It says right on the cover, so it may be the size of a sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11. But the thing about the atlas is, you would see them in the gas stations, all folded up in little maps on the side. But the actual road atlas were so big that when you kept them in your car, they wouldn't fit, like a map in the glove compartment. So they would be under the seat sliding around. And if you sat in the back, you would have to move it out of the way. Or you kept it in the trunk down there by where the spare is, because it was useful, but it was inobtrusive. It wasn't something that you could just put in the seat back pocket until they started getting those. And then you put them in the seat back pocket, but yeah, it's something that I don't think any car growing up that a relative I rode in had that did not have an atlas.
I mean, we live in 2026, and I think today these are more valuable today than they ever were when I started to put these in my car. When my pops told me how important they were. You live in a world where people don't pay attention to where they're going. They don't have good sense of direction. They don't. They're too busy looking at freaking phones. They're too busy doing everything else in the world but following directions and seeing things around them. You got people walking around right now. You got people walking around on the sidewalk looking at a goddamn on phone and walking into trouble. Whether it be somebody about to bust them upside the head or they about to walk into a pole. People are so busy, and these devices have them so busy and so occupied, they ain't really learning anything. And so you take that out of the way, and you won't have that as that's basically your Linus blanket. You take that out of the picture, and most people would be discombobulated. And how you comport yourself is one of these things you see on the screen. It's not a stupid thing to do. It's not a stupid thing to do. You're talking about a possible, power grid failure, and everybody's relying on as much solar as they can get, and whether or not you have any of those capabilities is irrelevant. Have the things that are true and proven. And as simple as this looks, it's important to have it. If you need to get a cheaper version of it, so be it. But you need to know where to go and how to get there. It might be a shorter route to get there, a less, treacherous way to get there. These kinds of atlases will give you some of that guidance, man. So I think it's pretty.
Also, something that in the interim, before you actually get the hard copy, next time you're on, let's say your throne and you're scrolling, Google how to read a map. What are the legend and what does it stand for? Because there's symbols in there that people nowadays just don't know because they've never read a map. They don't know north, south, east, west on a page. They don't know interstate highways. They don't know what rivers and valleys and the terrain looks like. So just look at your phone, at your device or whatever you're using, how to read a legend. So if something happens and you come across an atlas, you'll know what you're looking at.
Yeah, and Scroll says, "Have you ever heard of Green Book?" I remember watching that
That's
movie.
A little different.
Yeah, but to that point, like, and this is to you, kids, for more than anybody else, because you're from Canada. I know you've been to the States.
Don't have atlases here.
Yeah. I know you've been to the States, and I know you've been moving around in Florida, and you got a couple of stories that you can tell about that. But just to the point of you not knowing the terrain the way, as a black man, the way I know the terrain and Trips knows the terrain as black men that might have to read an atlas and go from A to B. You found yourself in this particular part of the country, part of the world, and you needed to get down to Florida. There's some particular things you ought to know. Do's and don'ts, wills and won'ts. This atlas can help prove extremely handy for you to avoid trouble.
I drove from Ontario, Canada, straight to Florida without an atlas.
What year was that?
This was 1997.
Okay,
we just kind of point southeast.
No, we had an idea of where we're going. Get to that.
Go that way.
You know what I mean? Go south. We're in the dead north, so go south and I'm sure we had a map of some kind, but definitely no atlas. Get to the I-95 and get to Florida, man. Goes right to Florida. That was it.
1997 was a totally different time, and not that much, but it's very different now.
It might as well have been the zombie apocalypse, because like we didn't have any of that MapQuest or Google Maps or any of that shit. We just that's how we got there. So again,
I would just tell you as a black man, and I don't mind saying this live on TV, you start getting south of that Mason-Dixon line here in the United States in 2026, you better be fucking careful what you do, sir.
Oh, we had our warnings. We got our warnings as to where we should and should not stop and plan and map things out. We did stop in Savannah, Georgia, and we got a little bit of, it was beautiful. One of the most beautiful places I've ever been, just because it was different than what I'm used to. Red earth, green, lush. Anyways, it was a beautiful place. River boats, whole 9 yards. I was like, this is like fresh out of Scooby-Doo. This is wild. And we went to a restaurant real quick just to get something to eat. And we were there for all of 30 seconds. The waitress came over to us and she said, y'all ain't from around here. You're from Canada. And I was like, how did you know? She's like, first of all, I saw your license plate. But second of all, you said A. So the two of those things put together, guaranteed you're not from anywhere around here. I was like, oh, shit. It took you 30 seconds to size us up I realized that we were not from around here. Cool. We're just eating food and we're gonna get the hell out of here. So we ate our food. We got
around these parts.
got back in our car and kept on trucking towards Florida. I think we wound up staying I think we stayed overnight in Carolina. And yeah, North Carolina. We stayed overnight in North Carolina and more or less kept on going, man.
South can be extremely charming depending on who you run into and when you run into them and where you run into them. There's very charming people down there, very warm, but there's a reason why I left the South. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other conversation. Get your road atlas. Get your road atlas because I think a physical copy of directions around this country, navigation. I think it's important for everybody that's looking to take care of themselves in a dire situation. It's important to have a physical copy of a navigational tool. This is a navigational tool. This is your MapQuest. This is your GPS on your phone. It's great to have, man. So just want to put that out there. Any last thing before we get out of this and get to the next one?
Nope.
All right, let's get to the next one. Another dumb, just makes a lot of sense, but this is for somebody that's digging in and kind of staying in their home front and got a homestead and they want to remain there and they want to protect it. Go for it, Trips.
All right. Tripwire alarm. This one is $29.99. It's rechargeable. It's weatherproof. It's solar, and it's a USB charger. So if you've seen the street signs or street lights that have the individual solar panel on top of it, it basically is charging that thing up. And so if you have this out around your property, you know, you don't have to worry about charging if you have the solar, but if you do have to replace it or come through, you can do it with a little USB jump power pack. But these things will alert you to any visitors, wanted and or unwanted, to your property and or location. They're portable, so you can move them as you will and set up your own invisible tripwire, if you will, early alert warning system. So yeah, it's a cool thing. I'm not sure how it alerts you. I'm sure there is a little app or something or whatever that little device is gonna vibrate or flash or for low key.
So it comes with a Kevlar wire device that comes with it that triggers a mechanism in between the two pieces. And so it's a lot of Kevlar that comes with it. Kevlar ain't gonna break. It's gonna break off of that piece, but it's supposed to when somebody hits it, but it's not gonna break the wire per se. So
it'll break the connection.
It'll just disconnect.
Yeah, and that's gonna trigger the alarm.
Yeah.
Right. So like on the piece to the left, you see the little
that hook at the
hole there at the bottom.
Yeah.
And on the right, you see at the bottom where it has that little piece hanging down. That little piece hanging down looks like it magnetically will connect into that hole, and then you extend it out like a tape measure, and across the pathway that you're rigging up, and then so you have them facing each other, and then the wire in the middle. And then it looks like the little device up at the top is maybe the box, or something that, like I said, will alert you once that connection is broken between those two parts.
Right. So I had a couple of good old boys down south. There was some quasi quote unquote militia type guys that was showing me, and I wasn't very interested in it at the time, but they were the kind of people that got me into this kind of shit and got me paying attention to it. And so I've seen the setup. And so this wire, like you front face this towards your house. So the person coming onto your property doesn't see it. It's got a little beam there. As you see on the left-hand side, it's going to tick up and tick down. So you'll see that thing at night. So it's basically a noisemaker is what it is. And, these are really tripwires are associated with explosives and wars and things like that. But that's not what this is designed to do. It's not an explosive. It's there to, like Tripp said, it's an early warning system to alert you to any kind of movement people use this out in the bush for, you around bears, like you living somewhere like kids and shit like that. You want to give yourself an extra layer of protection. You set something like this up. This will get your ass up. I heard it. This will get your ass up. When I tell you get you up, it'll get you up. And that's what you need if you're in a situation that makes you have to protect yourself. And you need something to have some kind of perimeter around yourself. So whether it's some cans jangling on a string, whatever it is, this is actually really, really, I was surprised that they selling these this cheap. Because the person I know that had one of these, it cost them like $200.
Yeah, so nowadays all the spy gadget tech is a hell of a lot cheaper. But also you may want to pair with this a camera. What do you call them? The field cameras, nature cameras,
deer cameras.
That those that will come on because of the motion detectors attached to them. So
only problem with that is Trip. You have to put those facing away. This is front facing. You don't have to face this to the field. The deer cameras, you got to face them out.
The deer cameras, yeah, but there are other cameras that the way you have whatever direction you have this tripwire is rigged, you can mount the camera higher on the same trees or any place around it, pointing to that tripwire. So when it's tripped, that motion will turn on the camera. So wherever you're at, you can see it.
I'll just tell you this, Trip. My mother,
for discrete tripwire, more not the loud noise one that lets you know, but the one that they trip it and they don't know that they tripped it, but you know they tripped it.
I'll give you an early warning if you ever have to think about something like this. Number one, you get one of those deer field cameras, on those, live game cameras is what they call them, and you put those on a tree somewhere around your property, right? And it's facing out. The only problem with those things is you gotta download apps, and the apps are the ones that really do the work. They send you the alert when there's movement. Here's the problem: is there's always movement. I had my mother called me because somebody was breaking in that property I told you that she bought and was trying to steal shit. And she's just like, I need some kind of solution. MF is trying to keep on trying to get in here and they breaking in here. I came up with a solution, but one of my cousins thought he had a better one. So he goes and gets the game cameras. And all right, when she got it, so she gonna call me and be like, hey, help me out with this. Let me set this up. So we get it all set up. And I gotta put this shit on my phone. So every time squirrel, raccoon, or any goddamn little creature, any goddamn subtle movement of the wind that lifts up leaves, you're gonna get an alert on your phone. And so I'll just say, and it's got to face out to the field. Again, you put it too high, it's not gonna give you the good trainer vision that you want, and you're just trying to hide it from people, but people will be able to see that. So
one of those, yeah.
I wouldn't suggest those. Those ain't gonna do you no good.
Well, not exactly, but they're more discreet ones that are more camouflageable, and you can set it up that obviously it would take some kind of power if you had an app to where that the camera doesn't actually activate with motion. It would activate upon the wire being actually tripped. And so if that happened, it could be an animal or something still doing it, and it will get them. But if it's wind or leaves, nothing that's not going to trip the wire, it won't click on. But that will take power, of course. So yeah,
I think the Bigfoot will show up for sure. Zappa, he'll show up. But yeah, that's these are very simple, very very simple, practical, affordable solutions to somebody like me. Like, I'll be honest with you, unless I have to leave my home, I ain't leaving my home. I'm gonna protect my property. And so it's a lot of people around that feel the exact same way. So how you do that is provide yourself an extra layer. I know who is that? Chris Foster. Yeah, 357. You don't want to have to use it, but that's
Right.
your last line of defense. This
Well,
is
but also these tripwire alarms are not only useful for outdoors, but if you have a house, you can set these up in windows or doors or long garages or passages or wherever, and you can have it to where it's not this exact model, but to where it's more just a infrared beam, and if somebody breaks or crosses that beam wherever you're at, you're alerted.
So that's exactly what I've been looking at this last little while you guys have been talking about this. I'm not sure if you want a tripwire per se versus an infrared case scenario or a laser. They have very similar things. Price point is not too far off from what he's talking about here at $29. I see things very close. Infrared will do it. Laser would do it. Same speaker case scenario where it's making a loud noise. Solar chargeable under the same pretenses, keeping that thing in check as you need it. So I mean, there's a few different ways of providing that required security in shitty situations.
All right. I'll tell you what, man, because we still got more content to get to. We need to get on down the road. Very, very practical solutions to people that's gonna dig in and feel the need to protect home and stay at home and don't want to have to move out of A to go to B. These are practical solutions right here. And I'm really, really good at really practical stuff because you gotta think simply in these days, man. So that's that. This is a tripwire alarm. $29.99 is the price that I saw on these. I'm surprised at this price, to be honest with you, but you can get much more extravagant product for a lot more money. And if you can afford it, try that. But for us poor people, $29.99 sounds good. I'm poor today. Might not be tomorrow, but this $29.99 works for me. But let's get to another part of the show. And let me just start it off this way. Let me bring you guys into the screen. So let me start this intro, man. That's probably the best thing to do first. Let's do that.
All right.
You guys know I love this part of the show because this is everything, man. Like I've seen a lot of UAP, UFO, unidentified flying objects, and all this stuff, and all these different. There's a lot of stuff out there. Let's just say this, but there's a handful. When I say a handful, I'm talking about 2, 3, 4, 5 things that really, really stand out to me. So let me just start the conversation off like this, and I don't want to play you guys like you haven't heard any of this stuff because I don't know. I'm asking you, have you heard of the Aguadilla incident in Puerto Rico? Have you heard of it?
Nope.
Can't say that I have. No.
All right, let's rewind it back a little bit. We're gonna go back to 2013. We're in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. It's United States territory. It's in the United States. So a DHS helicopter is doing his routine patrols over an airport. Now, this is just remember, this is DHS doing routine, airspace, protection over the airport because you got planes coming and going, and you got to protect the airspace. This is how the world works. And in 2013, you know what? This is best that I just show you guys because this is pretty cut and dry. Let me just share my screen right quick. Give me a second. It's best that I just do it that way so you guys can just see it. And I will. It's about 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So I probably will stop here and there just because it's YouTube. Watch this as you're watching this video, Cads and Trips. Just know it's going to be a while before you see anything that really, really makes sense to you. But just watch this thing gets over water and what it does. I'll stop. But just watch this thing. This is a DHS helicopter. This is why it's so you can't really refute this, because this is a DHS night vision helicopter that's filming this object moving over protected airspace. So let's just go. We got to turn the sound down in that.
It sounded real groovy there for a second.
You see that the night.
So what are you watching here?
The night vision is trying to keep and a track on that piece that's moving through that airspace. It's not firing on it, but it's just watching it.
I don't see anything moving. What's moving? Oh, there it goes. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
It looks like it's just kind of hurtling through the sky. You can see how it's moving. It's like wobbling through the air. You kind of notice that? It looks like it's changing shape.
Flipping or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Like a bad football pass.
Yep.
Yeah, or it's like a drone going loop-de-loop.
Okay, that's a good call.
And it's boring for a little bit, but just keep watching.
That's actually the best call.
At some point, it's going to get off land and it's going to hit water. It's going to get over waters, but it's just monitoring this thing. This is a helicopter from DHS Helicopter, Department of Homeland Security. Just watching this thing, like, what is this thing? He probably thought it was just an air balloon or something like that. Now I think it's going to get over water. Now it's going through the residential area right now. Anything noticeable? I'm just stopping this for YouTube, guys, just for the record.
Fair enough.
I think you pointed out, kids, already the oddities is just like hurtling through there, like wobbling, and it's like an oblong bad football throw. That's exactly the way I saw it when I first seen it. Accurate way to say it. It's just rolling. So it's like a weather balloon that just got out of hand, don't it? And when it gets to the water,
well, it seems to be going in the same direction, though. So.
No, it's definitely heading a direction.
It's not like it's floating on the wind or anything.
Now I think it's over water. It's over water now. Oh, you see that?
It went in the water.
It went in the water. He's tracking it. It comes out of the water. Goes back in there.
Maybe it's a duck.
Duck ain't that goddamn big.
A goose.
Now it comes back out the water. Goes back in there. Looks like it's having fun. Now it comes out. Full. Did you see it?
Maybe like birds. You know how they fly together?
Y'all see it? Did y'all see it?
See what?
See what?
Watch closely. It comes out of the water. It's going to get big. I'll show. You just missed it. Hold on. Let me go back.
Looked like there were two. Like they split.
Aha. There you go.
Yeah, birds. Like how we don't know how.
Maybe there are two birds doing they were,
Stop being a dickhead. Just keep watching it now. Came out in two.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not ducks reproducing? No? Am I being facetious?
Well, I know they look like the size of a duck, but they're much bigger than that.
Because I have
now it takes a dive, and it's the camera is just the guy with the night vision is just trying to figure out where it went to. So if I go back to that, it clearly.
So they both dove again?
It goes down, and it comes up, and it splits in two. Wait a minute, I didn't go back far enough. Go back a little bit more. That's when it comes out. No, that's when it lost it. I didn't go back far enough. Let's look at this one more time. This is the last time. Speed it up a little bit. Now it's over water. It's not even the same shape as it was looking. How it goes down. Comes up. Goes down again. I didn't go back far enough, did I?
No, you did. You did. Just give it a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. It is, man.
You guys remember that video we saw where there was a there it goes right there is when it split in two. See it?
Yeah.
So I'm coming back into the studio real quick. I just wanted to say this is probably now in a lot of people that follow this stuff, and there's a research team that does this for a living. I can't, let me make sure I didn't. Okay, I got the name of it right here. The whistleblower that put this out there, this is a DHS thing that was they were trying to hide this. But the whistleblowers are all over the place. You got to give a shout out to the whistleblowers that create companies and entities that people fund them to go around and research these things and give them money to find out what the hell governments are hiding. So I got a lot of respect for people that are part of these kinds of groups. And the group's name is, and they got a website if you want to go look it up. And this stuff is all over their website. The Scientific Coalition for Ufology. I didn't even know that was a word. The Scientific Coalition for Ufology. It's almost like, I think every government needs checks and balances, right? Every single government. For the sake of the conversation we're going to have a little bit later on, every government needs checks and balances, and you usually have that intertwined in government. So you have the legislative, you have the executive, you have your judicial, all these branches of government to check each other. And so governments can get corrupt within each other. And so you need outside entities that aren't married to any of that stuff. And so I just give a special shout out to this group, the Scientific Coalition for Ufology, for getting this out there. They must have made it available financially for somebody within DHS to let this video go out and get it out there. I remember hearing about this. Just didn't see the video. This video got out and the government did not want it to. And it's widely regarded, Triple R and kids, as the most definitive proof that something's going on that ain't being discussed. There's a lot of people out here that believe, and I'm one of them, that believe that there's a lot more going on beneath the ocean that we know. And this incident looks like, and it fits the argument of a lot of people that say that there are bases beneath the ocean. Extraterrestrial bases beneath the ocean, all over the place. And this fits that. It goes into the water and the water gives it something and it comes out and it morphs into two entities. It's one entity before it hits the water, comes out two entities. And so I just want to get some thoughts about it, man. What did y'all think about this? And let me know in the chat. What do y'all think about this?
I don't know.
It's a lot.
I don't know. Like, could this just be like, I hate to put like a country on the spot though, but like, could it just be like advanced Russian or Chinese drone technology?
China.
Could it be any kind of advanced technology?
Well, it could. Like, this is sort of what I'm leaning towards. It looks like my assumption is immediately some level of drone that can traverse both air and water, which I think could be made simply enough. Question is, who made it, and what's the purpose?
You know what this looks like to me? And I'm just going to give you my wild.
Can it play defensive end? Juju, you're the dude, bro.
My wild off the top of the dome reasoning for this. And this is, I'm just telling you what I think possibly it could be going on. I think there is absolutely something going on beneath the surface in the water. And I think this looks like, to me, like if there is a civilization beneath the water, this looks like to me, just imagine some kids getting away from mom and dad and they just kind of went, and they shouldn't have been out this far, and they got out this far, and it's time to come back, signal to come back, and they're going to have some fun on the way back. They're water people. They're submersible. And they just said, fuck it, let's give them something to talk about. Fuck it, let's go in the water and we'll split it up when we get back up. That's what it looked like to me. It's like it wasn't supposed to be seen.
Well, it could be that. It could be underwater people. It could be drones, or it could be eagles or some kind of birds just kind of flying in coordination. Skim the water and split up. And I don't know. I can't tell you what it is, and got me.
Did it intrigue you at all? I mean, this is
not
about,
particularly.
This is about as good as that video we saw of that thing that was going through the water underneath there, and then the missile hit it.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like all these grainy ass videos. It's like, yeah, cool. I still don't know what it is.
Yeah, what is up with DHS and not having 4K? You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah, I only got
no. To be clear, they have. There's somebody that did this. The only reason I didn't put this on the show, because I'm sure that he monetized the shit out of this, and if I put this on the show, chances are this show is all for nothing. And he put I don't know what you want to call it, but they broke the frames down and you can get a better look up close. There's a video out there that the frames are much, much closer, and you can see the shit more and more better and better. And they broke it down in phases so that everything that we were seeing at the speed we were seeing broke it down in frames. It's only like, by the time he was done with, it's like 12 minutes out of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It's like 12 minutes of some video, and it's good, really good. And I think once anybody goes and looks for that, just call it the broken down Agua Dia incident video. And that, I'm telling you, that video is going to pop up, and that's going to change your mind about all of this.
Yeah,
I just couldn't play it on the show. I don't want to. I just wanted to put it out there. Again, we ain't here to tell.
Oh yeah, I get it, but it's like underwater people.
Hold on, man. You ready?
The thing is,
let me just finish, Trip. You're not here to tell anybody what to think. I'm here to present this stuff.
Yeah, cool. All right, cool. So, but the thing is, if it's whatever it is, if they have the technology to duck and dodge, all of our technology, and it's like, well, obviously they don't want to be seen unless they want to be seen, and if we've been on this planet this long and they've been here that much longer, and it's like, this is all that we've seen in our lifetime that we can, really, visualize or see, a couple blurs here and there. Is like, well, if they want to reveal themselves one day, they will. And until that day, it's just like, well, what are we looking at? Well, we're not sure. Then why are we looking at it? That's just me.
That's because you flipping about everything that you can't see and touch and taste.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
This is different, man. We're just talking about what's possible. And this is just this information out there that people, I know it's a lot of people out there watching the show right now hadn't seen, hadn't heard of. And that's why we do it. That's why we do this.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I mean, I say personally,
it's to present it. You take it how you take it.
Yeah, and I did. I mean, I'm telling you how I'm taking it. I'm not disparaging anybody for having your thoughts or research or whatever. I'm just saying, you saying how do you take it? I'm telling you, I'm taking it the way I take it, and it may not agree with how you take it, but oh well.
It's not about me. It's about everybody listening.
Well, I mean, but when you say kids trip, what do you think? That's kind of about me.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, so you're asking me what I think, and then I'm telling you I don't give a shit.
I'm only going there because of that last part.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, there are people in the chat saying, check out the video of this, or check out the this.
I only go there
that
because of that last thing you just said.
Huh?
I only go there because of the last thing you just said. I'm trying to color it up before you get to the last thing you just said. You gave off the energy that I don't give a shit beforehand. I'm just trying to go around it so that you can just leave that alone so we can.
No, but I'm saying I recognize that I don't give a shit. There are people that are into it. And I'm not disparaging y'all from being into it. Do your thing. You know, watch your videos, read your books, do your conspiracies. It's just like,
all right,
enjoy.
You could have said no comment.
Or what I just said, basically, no.
We got a whole segment that we do every week, Trip.
Yeah, and it's like some of it is just kind of like, okay, it's cool, but it's like, well, what if this? What if that? It's like, well, what if? Okay.
Golly.
I mean, it's
anyway,
like,
man, this is the Aguadilla incident. This happened in 2013 in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. This is the DHS helicopters protective view of the airspace at that time. The airspace picked up this, and the infrared cameras recorded this. To this day, there's still no explanation for what this was. Even after all that they did inside the government to keep this from coming out, these whistleblowers, who are again the Scientific Coalition for Ufology, a new name for me, they did everything that they could to get this information out for us to have this video and use all our proper discernment to determine whether or not we think this is real or not, or if it's anything that we should pay attention to. Trips obviously think it's bullshit, but let's just keep it moving. Let's just keep it moving. Let's don't get caught up here.
Hold on before we leave all this. So you know, the chat's pretty wild. And I've actually read the book of Enoch, and I couldn't really connect certain dots to certain things, but things are becoming more obvious over the course of time. So that being said, there is potential for there being, other things here. And here's where I'm going. So if this happened and the government decided to just keep, why does the government keep secrets? What's the point? I don't think something as simple as this would cause widespread panic.
You already know the answer to that, kids, because when you get to a certain place in power, people that have so much power and so much influence feel like they have the right to lord over us.
That's fair, but that's not what I'm saying, right? Like, yes, you might have the right to lord over, but every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Like, what's the point of lording over? Just to create files and file away information for the sake of doing that? There is that. Or maybe there is a grander reason as opposed to just creating files and putting them in cabinets.
I think that's going to put us into that movie review territory. I think I can sense where you're going with that.
I wasn't really going anywhere with it. You know what I mean? Like, I know where you were going. I wasn't going anywhere with it. I was just sort of saying from a speculative perspective. If you have information about something that's going on, you want to protect it. You want to keep that information secret for one reason or the next, because you have prior information. If you have no information, then everybody would speculate, and you would potentially include the rest of the world in that speculation, because what the fuck's going on, right? So My thoughts is, again, you can't trust the people on top of us is really the easiest way to put it. There's things that are going on that are outside of our general understanding, knowledge that they don't want to release to us or give us information around. And some of these things might blow our pants off. So take it for what it's worth. Maybe aliens live on the planet Earth. Maybe they live in Antarctica. Maybe they are sky demons from a different dimension. I don't know. But it doesn't look like the government has any interest on letting us in on any of this.
Last thing before we get out of this.
Neither do they.
And get into some I thought this was it got my curiosity. I'll just say that. I thought it's compelling. I also think, talking about in the grander scheme of things that Kez was talking about, I think there's an effort to suppress a lot. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that the government or governments will go out of their natural dang on way to make sure that we don't know a lot. We don't see a lot. I don't think anybody in 2026, unless his ass just came out of a fucking cave somewhere, would argue with that governments won't go out of their way to keep things from the public. Because you know why? We, people together, way more powerful than them. And they don't want us to get a surge that will create an uprising. And so I got a whole conversation for y'all in the next show or two to kind of demonstrate that. There's this project called Project Bluebeam that kind of goes into, it's kind of a follow-up of what I'm saying right now as we speak. Project Bluebeam, something you probably want to get a head start looking at. Something we'll probably cover in the next week or two. But it's everything that I just told you in a nutshell. Everything that I just told you in a nutshell. And so the emphasis is control. You control the masses, you control it all. So we're going to get out of here, man, and get into some movies real quick. Let me get this off the screen. Give me a second, man. We're going to get into some movie review. Let me flip things around right quick. Real quick. This is going to be kind of fun, man, and kind of serious too at the same time, but I think you all will enjoy it. Hold on. I know y'all saw this movie. Hold on. Why can't I get to my other screen? Let me get this shit out of here. What y'all think about this movie, man? Is Trip still there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It was all right. I'm just not a huge fan of prison movies. Dudes making love to other dudes, against their will. Just the servitude. How they made us you know how to do taxes. Andy Dufresne, because he knew how, he was a smart guy. He wasn't just a street criminal, so he did the taxes. And all the insurance papers for all the guards, and so they gave him extra commissary or whatever the hell. And then it's like it was a cool movie because of the actors and the story. I get it, but just the whole premise, I'm not a fan.
Me neither. Be honest with you. But it's up there when you start talking about ranked as top 100 movies ever produced. A lot of, what they call that, Rotten Tomatoes, whatever, IMDb, all those different outlets that create these lists of the best movies ever. This constantly comes up. And, I'm like Triple R, to be honest with you. I ain't really agreeing with your ass today, man. But this one, it's just a movie about an accountant, a white accountant that got trapped into prison, and things happened to him that we don't need to discuss, graphically, but things happened to him, and he found kind of a savior there within the warden, who the warden gave him extra jobs. He can do some things for him and got him some tax breaks and all that kind of stuff. And they got to drink beer and do some different things up in there. And the story revolves around his relationship with Morgan Freeman and meeting him. And, once you're in jail and you have nothing to look forward to, all you can do is dream. And this movie was about dreaming. Let's keep dreaming. Let's keep moving forward. Let's keep thinking for what's going to happen if we get out of here. Let's make a plan. And that's what it ended up being. And that's the pretty part of the movie. And for a lot of people, that's what they hang on to. But I don't think that much of it, to be honest with you. But that's the story to me.
You summarized it really well, probably much better than I could. It's been a very long time since I saw this movie. What I can tell you is that I enjoyed the movie. Other things I can tell you, I have, at the time when I saw this movie, I had a very large contingent of friends who were doing time. So there was sort of a vaunted interest in that respect to some of the stuff that they might have been dealing with. And part of the general theme in this movie is sort of keeping, his perseverance and keeping positive when basically, you're in the least positive situation. How to find some level of motivation in a destitute situation. My opinion again. Bad stuff was happening. It wasn't good. Wasn't a good scene. But over time, things sort of got better, and he's able to sort of make way for himself until these guys wind up getting out. And that's I have a friend who's doing a very long bid, as they say. And I spoke with him. It's been about a year since the last time I talked to him. And the last conversation I had with this gentleman was great. It's been longer than a year. It was during COVID. It was the last time that we spoke. But the conversation we had was fantastic. And what I mean by that is that, we were outside in a very strange, locked up, funky situation. And he was able to find positivity for me during that particular time. And shout out to my guy CJ, man. But he was able, and I had to stop and be like, brother, how are you so positive in this situation? So he kind of just said that he just takes things one day at a time. He's in a decent spot. His spot inside is much better than Andy Dufresne, I'll tell you that much. But at the end, I can see parallels there to how my guy's doing on the inside versus, when weighed against the positivity that these guys were able to sort of find and eventually find their way out.
I can relate, kids, because I got quite a few people that I know, close people that I'm, associates with, some tight relatives that, been through there. Some of them still in there. Like I got one tight relative he's a lifer. There's no chance for parole.
Yeah, me too.
And, this movie is about prison politics is what it is. And things can go wrong when you're behind bars. And I heard so many stories, and different things that people tell me while they there and when they get out, that's kind of like, it helps you be a little bit dismissive of a movie like this. Like, I don't want to hear about no shit that's going on in jail, that kind of thing. But for the people that are, curious about what goes on behind bars and shit, like this might be a very interesting movie to you. But it is good, well written, well directed, well designed. You love how the intro comes in and it comes to the crescendo and it comes down to the ending. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful freaking story. But most of it is about prison politics, corruption, and relationships that form in the prison and coming down to the conclusion really is what it is. It's well written, man. It's just a prison story with a whole lot of perfume on it. It's
Well,
what
the rain and just this scene that you sort of see on the cover is sort of important and symbolic. It's very, this is sort of the moment he's out.
Redeemed.
Well, I guess you can call it that, but he's free, and he's being cleansed by the rain in for all intents and purposes from the sins that put him inside in the first place, and now he can sort of walk out into the into the free world as a free man. Potentially you could get caught, who knows, but off he goes, and that's really the just a glimpse that you're capturing right now.
Hey, I do. No, I do respect the what has to come, and Bear Truth 9 is right. He says he's a movie watcher and he gets into movies. If you can't sit and watch a good movie, I'm that kind of person too. Me and my girlfriend, the more and more we get time together, the more and more we enjoy a good movie, good TV shows. And so when you get into it, like I get into it and my girlfriend gets into it, like you all get into it, it's about something that's going to intrigue you. It really, that's what it is. What's intriguing, what's going to keep, what kind of mind do you have? Do you want intrigue? Do you want something that makes you think? Do you want something that scares you? What are you in the mood for? I really get into good cinema, man. And this is good cinema. It just wasn't like, I wouldn't rate this as no top 100 movies. It's just a prison story.
Yeah, really? You wouldn't rate it as a top 100 films?
I know I would.
I don't. I see, like the top this, how many, I don't count them shits. But I know this, as far as prison movies, The Rock is very much higher on the list. I watched that, multiple times before I watched this shit again.
Are we talking about Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, Nicky Cage, the English, Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
There's a lot more violence in there.
Well, exactly.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. True.
Look, it's funny. No matter how you those three, those like first three, and it's not his first three movies, but those three like Nicolas Cage films are three of the best movies of all fucking time. And I don't really care what anybody has to say about it. Yes,
man, I had a kid that had Nicolas Cage on his wall.
He was good.
Yeah,
Then he kind of went Hollywood, but he was good.
Like just those, like let's please, you know what I mean? Let's ignore the rest of his career. Before it, and he won an Oscar before it. Let's ignore the Oscar. Let's ignore everything before it and after. But The Rock, Con Air, and Face Off, those three movies are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
They are good movies. They are good movies. I like what Patrick Higgins is saying here. He says my wife can pay attention to for about 5 minutes to watch a movie. If we don't work out, I'm making sure that I correct that.
Raising Arizona was different, but
that is you know what?
Ignore the rest of them, bro.
Hold on, man. I got to speak to my guy Patrick, man. Patrick, I feel you in a deep ass way because I don't know where me and my girlfriend would be if we couldn't enjoy stuff like that together. I don't know, man, because when you get to a certain point in a relationship, you need to be able to do things like that together in order to maintain the fabric of your shit, man. You do. That's just I'm being honest about man-woman relationship. Straight up. If not, your fabric might be frayed, goddamn.
I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to films like that, it all depends with my wife, man. Sometimes
I love my girl.
She's sleeping in 5 minutes, right? Like just curled up in a ball sleeping. Sometimes she's in for about 15 and then she decides to fuck off and do something else. You know what I mean? Like that. The same for me. Other times she's fully entrenched. Like the last one that was I was like, holy smokes, like you're so into this was Guardians of the Galaxy 3, man. I looked over it. We went to the theater to see it, and I looked over at her and she's bawling, bro. And I was like, damn, like this is an action comedy film. You know what I mean? This is a Marvel movie. What are you crying for? But like, I'm saying this, but straight up, I might have been a little bit teary-eyed at the time too.
Hey, Patrick, don't even worry about it, man. It ain't her. It's just her attention span is waning because she's probably addicted to the quick the reels and all this kind of
Dopamine.
shit. Yeah, that's all it is to it, man. It ain't. Don't blame it on her. It's just society right now, bro.
Yeah, you got to find the right stuff and you'll get her, man.
But I mean, why? I mean, you said Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Was she crying at the part where it showed how Rocket?
This is it, brother. I bet you were crying too, bro.
I wasn't crying. You were crying. Shut up.
I was crying. I won't even lie. Like
I just had some pepper in my eyes.
They're abusing. They're abusing animals and shit, and it's heart wrenching. And I'm like, wait a second, like I feel a little bit some kind of way about this. And I looked, and she's crying. My daughter's crying. I'm like, okay, like now I don't feel so bad. You know what I mean? At least I'm in good company. But you know, like it's funny that I bring that movie up. Another movie that I would have never expected her to like or make it through was John Wick. And I started John Wick. I was like, she made me a meal and she's eating with me. I was like, I'm just going to throw something on. So I throw on John Wick just to see. Yeah. And as soon as that dog got it, bro, she was in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess you just have to, unfortunately, unalive animals, and that'll get your wife to watch films with you.
What's Black Rain talking about? MJ movie in April.
MJ movie in April. Michael Jackson.
Are we talking Michael Jackson?
Jordan?
Michael Jordan?
Which one?
Got to be Michael Jordan.
I don't know.
No, I think it's
Michael Jackson. Didn't he have a movie? He been gone for a couple decades. Yeah, I'm good. But John Wick. Oh, that's my shit. I watch all of them repeatedly. But the seriousness
violence
gripped you.
That man loves violence, man.
When John Leguizamo smacked the shit out the gangster's son, he was like, "Well, what's that about?" He was like, and then his daddy caught him. He was like, "Did you hit my son?" He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Why?" He was like, "Because he stole John Wick's car and unalived his dog." He was like, "Oh," and then he hung up. He was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, when my kid get here, I gotta whoop his ass too.
Because he knew he fucked up.
All right, I think we done. I think we done talking about. I think we've been talking about Shawshank, man. I think.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a well put together movie, and I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way when I say I didn't rank it. I can think of 100 more movies that I like more than that, but you know, it is well put together, and I can see why people have a certain affinity for it. I'll just say that before we move into the next one. Is also part of one of the few spots that said this is one of the top 100 movies ever made. And I agree with this for the, for the societal reasoning behind this movie.
Do the right thing. Yeah, that's classic. Launched a lot of careers. Was very integral about the message in the neighborhood. Dope soundtrack. Was very poignant in the young up and coming hip hop era of filmmaking. Spike Lee and his 48 Acres and a Mule. That was not new generational, but it was a new era of a filmmaker. And the vision that he had was from the current times era of the hip hop community, of the streets of the in New York, of the violence with the police and the racial problems and issues and frictions. And then it was just a very good movie. The interpersonal relationships with Mookie, Spike Lee and his girl and his baby and his job and John
Leguizamo.
Who? No, Tarantino. Torian. What's his name? Totoro.
Yeah, John Turturro.
Totoro, and then my man Sal, that's in the picture. What's his name?
Danny Aiello. His name.
Danny Aiello.
Good one. Good call, kids.
And then Rosie Perez, Samuel L. Jackson, Bill Nunn. What's my man from Breaking Bad?
Let me say this. Let me break this down a little bit. One of the things I love about Spike Lee and his movies, some of the same features that I like about Quentin Tarantino and his movies, and I'll explain this: the character building in their presentations of that pick is excellent. Like, I'm one of those people who want to see, like, build that character. Build that character. And if you notice in Spike Lee movies, the character presentations come off extremely strong, right? Same thing in Quentin Tarantino's movie. Different format, different kinds of movies, different kinds of productions, but the same thing. They know that the actor is king. Build the character. Tell the story. Show the story of the character. Put an emphasis on the character. There isn't a character outside of this little girl putting chalk on the street that you didn't see come across in those films, in each one of Quentin Tarantino or Spike Lee's movies, that didn't come across extremely strong. So they show the stronger side of that actor's personality through those characters. So Spike Lee's role, Danny Aiello's role, well, I forget old boy's name. He just died recently. The guy that plays Radio Raheem.
Bill Nunn.
Strong presence in the show.
Bill Nunn?
Bill Nunn. There you go, kids. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Very strong presentations. That's what I mean by character building. To me, that's what really, that binds the movie to me. The characters. That's what makes that's what makes them stick to me. The character building and how they present on screen.
Right. Shit, Radio Raheem, love, hate. You know what I mean? Which one? And then his monologue about those.
Man, it's more than that, man. It's like this movie was a cultural phenomenon. And let me just say straight up and down, I don't know if it should really be in the top 100 films. Nonetheless, cultural phenomenon.
Wait a minute. You telling me that you think Shawshank Redemption was a better movie than this?
They're so disparate, bro. Like we're you know, they say comparing apples and oranges. We're totally comparing apples and oranges.
I mean,
This is a great movie. It's a great movie. I personally love this movie. I'll probably say I love this movie much more than Shawshank Redemption because it spoke to me as a black man. I can't say that this movie speaks to everybody, though. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter. It spoke to white people as well, because the story centers around a pizza shop in Brooklyn, and the characters around that little couple of block radius, and the people that come in and out of those little stores, whether it's the pizza shop, wherever they go, the people know each other because they're secluded to this little couple of block radius. And the story, you know, begins and comes to a climax in that same area where there's a white pizza shop owner who seemed to be not very friendly with the people of color in their neighborhood, and they're getting fucking tired of it.
Yeah,
so it's relatable. Yeah, it's relatable to people that aren't black. Did they like that representation? Probably not. They shouldn't.
This is my point, bro. Like I was just waiting for you to get to it. You got to the point.
That doesn't mean it wasn't a really good movie.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Feel good to other people.
Don't get me wrong. If we're talking about Spike Lee and his ability to create, top 100 films, there's no question about this. Malcolm X is in his portfolio. 25th Hour is a great movie. It's in his portfolio. You know what I mean? This is probably my favorite next to Malcolm X, is the number 2. But again, I don't know if this is like, they did a great job of shitting on a lot of this film. How this film did not win soundtrack of the year is probably one of the largest travesties of all time. This soundtrack,
dope.
It wasn't just dope. This soundtrack more or less launched hip hop into worldview. Not to say that Run DMC didn't exist and things like that, but it really put it on a different plateau. And when I say that, I mean Public Enemy was just sort of starting to burgeon into who they were, and it exploded, right? Political rap or rap that was about shit became the norm, and that's been watered down and flushed out ever since. But that's really where it was born. Like it really came out of this this film and this soundtrack was very powerful. You know, like I say, there's for so many reasons I love this film. Especially growing up with Italians, right? Like I grew up very, very closely with Italians. It was a little bit of a different upbringing for me, and or somewhat similar to what Spike had gone through, right? So again, how much this movie resonates with me, I can't layer that on to everybody. I love this movie.
So
well, but also it resonated more with me, with more people I know, more than Shawshank Redemption, because Shawshank was set back in a totally different era, you know, different slang. It was set in prison, whereas Do the Right Thing is set in the hood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Turn on the radio. It was like, hey, I can turn on the radio, order pizza. I'll order pizza. And it was to the music that our generation at the time was listening to. And now it's like, oh shit, that's our shit on the big screen. And so it was definitely an iconic hip hop
culture, bro.
Culture movie.
It was a culture push.
Can I say something, man?
Yeah.
I think the most important thing you can take from Do the Right Thing, it's just my opinion. You take from Do the Right Thing is Spike Lee was in your face with a story that's every day in communities like this one that I live in. You know what I mean? This is just in Brooklyn, New York. And he's in your face with, and I understand for the people, I can understand why, white people wouldn't want to watch something like this because it's not favorable to them.
I wouldn't say they wouldn't want to watch it. I just think it
doesn't talk to them.
With them. You know what I mean? It doesn't speak to them like
they're just telling the truth in this movie.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not their truth.
And it doesn't feel good. And I understand that. I understand that totally. But it doesn't mean that it didn't need to be spoken to in the form of some cinema.
Yeah, nobody's saying that.
That's all I'm saying. And I think that's why it hit. And it hit the way it hit is because everybody in a community like this can relate to it. It happens.
Everybody in the community can relate to this.
Yeah,
Do the Right Thing. Yeah,
it doesn't take anything away from Shawshank at all. It's just two different motives and two different impacts in two different parts of society.
Completely disparate films. Both very good. Again, I like Shawshank. It's a good film. This film was made for me and my generation. So I'm automatically, I'm automatically connected to this. There's no two ways about that.
But you know what? Not to get into different movies, but somebody in the chat just made me think of it, to where another relationship that people have in the hood, but Spike Lee, but along the lines of Shawshank, was what's my man? He Got Game with Jesus Shuttlesworth, and it's like he got out of prison to try to recruit his kid to go to a certain school. You know what I mean? That kind of situation where it's like, there's prison, there's politics, there's interpersonals. So I mean, Spike Lee, when he started rolling his joints, he had the hood in mind, but with the world. And I think, Do the Right Thing really kicked that off, but with a very, pro-Afrocentric flavor.
I would say this, man, and I think this is the truth. And you guys we can fuss and fight about it. But I think the importance of Black film directors, Black executives getting their chance to tell stories and put stories of what our experience is out there. And regardless of how it makes everybody feel, the truth is uncomfortable at times for a lot of people. And it doesn't mean a black and white thing. It could be Asian, it could be freaking Latino. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who those people are, but sometimes the truth is uncomfortable. And that's the importance of having a diversity in in filmmaking, making sure that the Black experience is out there, the Latino experience is out there, the Asian experience is out there, the white experiences out there. Everybody has proper representation, and we can all toss and juggle up what the importance of all those different films were. I like a diversity of all things. I like The Godfather as much as I like Do the Right Thing. You know what I'm saying? It's all good to me.
Yeah.
I like stories.
I mean, but with stories come the different personalities and the aforementioned actors. But like Giancarlo Esposito, Spike Lee put him on and put him in a couple of movies.
I was gonna say that's where he started, but I believe he was in the one before this one too.
School Days.
School Days. I think Giancarlo Esposito's in School Days.
Hold on, y'all. I don't know. Y'all might be on the y'all might be on mobile devices. Some of y'all might be on mobile devices. Is why y'all not seeing your comments. It's not. I'm not. Nobody's doing shit.
Yeah, we ain't doing nothing. No comments.
Yeah, we ain't doing nothing to the comments.
And then Ruby D and Ozzie Davis, old school. You know what I'm saying? Showed them some love. So I mean, this was a very good rounded movie about the hood, but had different cultures in it. Because hell, Mookie was black, but his girl was Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and they had one of them babies.
That's one of the more important things of the movie is showing how diverse a melting pot Brooklyn is. That's like if you miss that part of it, then you ain't paying close enough attention.
There's no way anybody doesn't remember that part of the movie.
There's a lot of ways people can not remember that because they focus on the bad part that happened at the end. You might have
not that one.
Them titties are awesome.
Woo! I see you, Rosie.
I'm just saying.
Sweaty.
Very, 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 very important movie to society, I think.
She got to have it.
Not just my particular culture, but I think everybody's culture. You should have a seed planted when you watch this movie, especially if you're an entrepreneur in a neighborhood that is not so much looking like you. You're in a diverse neighborhood. You should be sensible to a lot of different things because you got a lot of different things going on around you. And I understand from the proprietor standpoint that you're in a place for so long, you're used to dealing with all the shit that goes on around you. And it's like you get to a certain point, talking to the character of Danny Aiello and his sons, they got to a point where it's just like, fuck this shit every day. And they got fed up. And it's just like, dude, you are able to feed yourself and able to provide for yourself and everything that comes with it off of the community that you're doing business in. If you could sell that much pizza uptown, or downtown, would you be down there doing it? Yeah. But you can't. So you're selling it uptown. And so this is what happens.
Not one black picture on the wall.
Exactly. So Do the Right Thing is very profound movie. It provokes a lot of emotions in everybody. I don't care who you are. It's going to be a emotion provocation kind of experience for you. I don't care who you are. It's going to touch you. If you've never seen it, I strongly suggest this movie because it's a very powerful one. It's not renowned for nothing. He's really good at what he does.
I'm going to ask you guys a question. Who do you feel was the best actor overall in this movie?
Rosie
Perez?
Mm-hmm. Rosie or Danny Aiello? One of them.
I don't know. I don't know how to judge that really. I have to go back and look at all the performances. I can't really answer that fairly.
Okay. So Danny Aiello is like I will accept that answer. Definitely won't accept Rosie Perez. Rosie Perez is more or less.
He did that Puerto Rican shit out the park. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, that's what she is.
Well, exactly. That's why it was so good.
She just acted like she acts like she's acting like that right now. Somewhere.
Right, like
you know what I'm saying? Like it was like
a same accent.
On the toilet in the middle of the night, you feel that chick.
She's acting exactly the same.
That's why it was so good, kid. This is why it's so good. She didn't have to get out of character.
So for me, John Turturro's character was a very specific type of asshole, and I've met this very specific type of asshole in my real personal life. His name's Leo. You Leo. But in any event, like he's a very specific character, picks on his brother, treats his brother like shit because he just feels kind of slighted for the sake of feeling slighted and has to, exact his dominance over this guy. And now he's trying to do it to Mookie too. And Mookie's like, brother, we're not related. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to respect you. I work here. You work here. Just because you're related to Sal, I don't really have to give a shit about you. And he really owns this character in this movie. Personally, I came out of the better part of this film not really angry with Sal, the business owner who didn't do, what might be the right thing, quote unquote, in his, area of business. But I came out of it thinking like this guy here, being his son, is an absolute terror. And there's no reins over top of him preventing him from being just a straight up asshole.
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go empty the bladder for this last one, man. But y'all keep talking.
All right, but that's my 2 cents. I really appreciated John Turturro in that movie, and the next John Turturro movie I saw, I was like, man, I really hate this dude from Do the Right Thing. You know what I mean? Like it like bled into the next film. But then I've seen him in a couple other movies.
He's a good actor.
He's a good actor,
but he always plays those roles where he's kind of an asshole.
He can pull it off, man. He has
that asshole face.
He does.
But I will say this: something that irritates me about this, and it has no right to, because, well, let me explain.
Mm-hmm.
You got a filmmaker like Spike Lee, who makes these cool ass movies. She's Got to Have It, Do the Right Thing, 25th Hour, School Days. And then you have a filmmaker or a movie maker, I would say, like a Tyler Perry, Mud Deer, huge commercial success over these very inconsequential movies. Whereas the messages in a Spike Lee movie, I would much prefer to have more of that and to see him have more success to be able to buy his own, former army base, to make a studio out of it, to make more movies like he makes, as opposed, I'm not hating on Tyler Perry, and I'm glad that he's getting his money, glad that he's employing a lot of people, glad that he's seeing his vision through, but his vision is like, whereas, Spike Lee's movies have more substance to them. And I would love to see that substance have those kind of resources.
I wanted to say before we get off of this, I think, Kez, you did ask, who do you think had the best performance? And I said Rosie and Danny Aiello.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give a super shout out to, what's his name? Giancarlo Esposito. I think is his name, playing Bugging Out.
Really? You pretty
now he was extra in there because that's what the role required him to be. It's extra. He didn't get named
bugging out. He was bugging out.
Right, exactly. He didn't get named Bugging Out for nothing. I mean, his role was to bug out. And so I would just say, I think his role was extremely pivotal, and I think he brought that to a Brooklyn flair in a way that I don't know that a lot of people could have. And I think he played.
But you ain't got to be from Brooklyn to know some fool that got they fresh Jordans on, and if you stepped on them or scuffed them, it was on.
Brother, on the basketball court in my hood, if that happened to accidentally occur
today,
it's a problem. It was a problem. So
I've seen them get unalive because of that shit.
Well, it didn't go quite that far, but it was.
Because he was like, no!
It was close, but I don't give him props for the role, but I will tell you he was definitely one of my favorite characters in that movie. Altogether, I love the character of Bugging Out. Like for the next 10 years, I see this man in films. I'm like, hey, look, it's Bugging Out. Hey, man, hey, Bugging Out. Wait a minute, Bugging Out's a Breaking Bad. You know what I mean? Like
don't forget, kids. Don't forget Trips and Kids. The great Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee were in there.
Yeah.
Famous couple. They played pivotal
Those
roles.
who know don't tell.
The guys that were on the sidewalk, Robin Harris in that movie. Man, there's so many great actors in there. You talking about the guys that was sitting there playing cards and just talking or drinking or whatever,
cutting up.
Some of that shit was the best parts of the movie to me.
I forgot Robin Harris was in. Rest in peace, Robin Harris.
Yeah.
Man. Right. Forgot he was Baby's kids. Robin Harris. Who you talking about?
Yep.
Some of those little side roles, those little adjacent roles to the movie. Some of those was the better acting in the movie. Was some of that shit like. That's real time, like old motherfuckers sitting around, drinking beer and shit while life is going on and shit, and everybody's tearing up everything. And anyway, man, Do the Right Thing, classic movie. I would just say, you watch this movie and put your feelings to the side, or at least try to, and you're gonna get the message, man. Because Spike Lee is all about messaging. He did God's work here. So. This last movie we're going to talk about before we get out of here is going to require a different mind. And it's got layers to it. And let me pull this up right now. And I thought about this last minute, but let's talk about this. This is Stanley Kubrick's last film, last directing job.
Stanley's out.
Eyes Wide Shut. He died, I think, 2, 3, 4 months after the screening of this, rather. So the movie was over. They were done negotiating everything, and it's brought to a screening. And 3, 4 months, he's gone. And here's the thing: the side story about this is curious to me, because the people that saw this movie, some of those people are speaking. Some of them never said a word. But the way this movie was presented to you, me, the audience, was not what Stanley Kubrick put together. It was a lot more to this movie than what was presented on screen. So it was a lot of cutting and editing floor. It was a lot of ad-libs to it. So they not only took away from the movie, they added to the movie. And this is I'm gonna tell you why it was spooky to me. It was spooky to me because it's very rare for me to watch a movie and the score and some of the character actors in it make me jumpy. Like the score, some of the jumpiness in the soundtrack of the movie as it's playing, some of that suddenness of the score, and those masks that were at that gathering, all that shit, you combine that together, you're gonna get my eyes big. And so that's just the little parts of the movie, but this is deep. Kez, I see you got a mouthful over there and you're thinking.
No, I'm just listening to you give your synopsis. So far, quite good. If I did have a mouthful, it would be this. So this movie was, you know what I mean?
No diddy.
It would finish, like this movie was not finished.
A mouthful finished?
I don't know if it was finished when
it wasn't.
When he died. Let me rephrase. This movie was completely recut after his, postmortem after he died. That original screening of the film, there are reports of him leaving the theater, arguing with executives, screaming, "No, this is how the movie is going to be. This is how I want my film to be. You guys aren't going to change the movie. I'm not going to change the movie. This is how I'm going to release this movie to the world." And unalive down the road. There is speculation that there are, much like what you said, there's been stuff added to this movie. There's been things taken away. One of the major things that is taken away from this movie, which is pretty wild and crazy, or at least this is what they say. I have no proof. I wasn't there during the director's cut when it was originally screened. But what they say is there's an additional portion at the very end where Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman are talking about sort of just the end, how things are going to end, and they're both sort of crying about their daughter. and what's going to happen to their daughter. And in the end, their daughter is, sort of filmed walking off with these two gentlemen, and the film sort of fades to black. So that's like the ending that has not been included with this movie, which shines a completely different light on this film as a whole, especially given today's world. So Ked's tying it all together.
I get that, but here's the thing, that I was obviously younger when I saw it, because when it came out, but the subject matter,
Yep.
I believe, if you have the opulence and you can do whatever the hell you want, you will. And if that includes, the worshiping of a different deity, that may include that. If it's a wild orgy, it's going to include that. But sacrifices have to be given, sacrifices have to be made to retain that power and to be able to participate in the hedonism of your desires and wants and wishes.
I probably should do this. Trips, I probably should do this before y'all get to coloring in. There's a lot to color in here. Maybe I should do this like this. Let's just start from the beginning. And to be honest with you, I don't know exactly how. All I know is I got a couple. It's been a while since I've seen this, and I've seen this much longer after this was put out. And I got a couple who seems a little disenchanted with each other for all whatever reasons they were. And the husband strikes out onto the streets. It's supposedly somewhere in New York, I think. He strikes out onto the streets and he runs into some shop, whatever it is, runs into a guy, and the guy talks him into something and told him, hey, man, there's this going on over here, but no normal person can get in here. You're going to need a password to get in here. So he writes it on this thing, on a piece of paper, on a napkin, whatever it was, and he writes it on here. This is the password to get in. And so, okay, he also tells him something before he walks away from it. Oh, don't forget, you can't get in there unless you have a costume. This is a costume party. It's what he sold it to him as. So he goes and walks down the street and runs into what apparently is a seemingly open costume boutique in the middle of the evening, which is odd to me. But he finds a costume place, and I'm not going to give you no more details after that. There's some things that happen into the costume shop once he gets in there, and he ends up with the costume, but there's some weird shit going on there. And he ends up at this place where you have to provide that password to get into an exclusive event. And once he gets into this event, that's when all the crazy starts to happen. And all kinds of hedonism going on. And it's just, so what it meant to me is something that I never really paid attention to and never really cared about. But parts of the secret world, secret societies, is that's the word everybody's trying to avoid here. They gave a glimpse to secret societies and the rituals that come with secret societies in this movie. And that's why it was so controversial. But it's not so much no more.
Why?
It's not so much no more. Because of the exposure to secret societies and the PDF file that's going on right now that the government's supposed to be investigating. There's all kinds of craziness going on. And these things are basically keeping us in the society that we're living in messed up.
Because remember, when this movie came out, it was a drama or fiction or based on conspiracy theories, to whereas today, we know it ain't no conspiracy theory. We know that it's, it happens, because of evidence and such and survivors. Excuse me. But something that I did not like about this movie, I could tell that while Stanley Kubrick's movies are out there, this movie didn't have that same flow, that same cohesion. It was like, okay, I see where, and it's like, wait, that didn't fit there. And it's like, well, we're used to kind of his things not fitting, but it just didn't fit right. So it just doesn't look like it was all his thing. There was input, there was, more cuts or stuff was taken out that should have been in there. And it just didn't feel right. So it was an all right movie because of some of the hedonism. But other than that, it was kind of like, eh.
You know what, Triple R? I think, like if I turn that movie on tonight, as opposed to when I saw it, it makes more sense and it's more illuminating to me now, as opposed to when I saw it.
Well, you can fill in a lot of the blanks though because of today.
Yeah. It exposed the world of fraternity and sorority. Like there's a place for us, and then there's the rest of people.
Because if me, Kids, and Nomad are doing all kind of heinous shit together, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, winking and nodding behind the masks, when we get out in the real world, we're gonna have each other's backs like a son of a bitch, because we know each other's dirty little secret because we was participating in it with them. And if they go down, I go down. So I got to protect them like they got to protect me. And when you have a whole society of those that are in for a penny, in for a pound, if you will, then that makes it difficult when they have the power and the resources that they have, because of how what's the name of the word that begins with a D? Not decrepit. How what? Deprived?
It would be depraved, but
depraved. Thank you. Not deprived, because they're not deprived of shit except manners and good natures and morals and such. But the depravity that access allows, and people, normies who don't have the those kind of monies, will do things that they don't want to do for a price, and these people can just toy those prices around. I mean, remember the movie with Ice-T, Surviving the Game, where a bunch of rich assholes were, finding people to hunt them, literally. This is that kind of thing.
Yeah.
These societies, these things that these people do, these rituals.
That he's talking about a movie called Surviving the Game. I saw that too. That's a good one. That's a good one to point that out. That also opened the eye to me, but this one here, just stick on topic. Maybe we'll talk about that another day. What I think the most poignant part of that movie to me were the conversations had in that rich guy's house, who had the pool table in there, and he's in his den, and the conversations in there were I'm gonna take it to where you want it to go, kids. It's an expose into Stanley Kubrick was trying to tell you eyes wide open, but you're trained to keep your eyes wide shut, is what he was trying to tell you. And if you open up your eyes, you see a world around you, that there's a world for them and there's a world for you. If you're a part of the world, if you know, you're a part of it, you are. And all the decadence that comes with it, when I say decadence, I'm talking about the worst of
it. It's even bigger than that. So if you really just look at the title itself, what he's saying is, I'm going to show you and give you a glimpse into this secret society case scenario that is fictional, that I've made up. But it's for real, y'all. So like, recognize that this is real shit, or don't. I'm gonna put it out there and we see what happens. What happens is, unfortunately, he gets put to pasture. If you go back into his career a little bit, things sort of start out with some great films, right? Really great films. And then things go super weird with Clockwork Orange. And like, for those of you who haven't seen it, you got to see it. It's very interesting. very interesting film, very weird film, very specific film. And it's more or less at that time, like this man's come from Space Odyssey, which is a pretty standard film, you know, to potentially also filming the, you know, lunar landing, if it exists, right? Like they say that he was the guy because of his experience on Space Odyssey and 2010, or sorry, Space Odyssey and the second film. I think it's 2010. Anyhow, you know, this is sort of his legacy. At some point, at some point, he's accused of PDF and flees North America. They still want to make money from him, so he makes this film. And this film is the big FU to the people who basically put him in a situation where he looks like a PDF. That's what this really is. This is the FU to them. Much like, I remember, I think it might have been Patrick Higgins who brought up the MJ movie. Much like potentially this MJ movie might also be. Because that's the new narrative. The new narrative with respect to Michael Jackson is that he wasn't the funky weirdo we all thought he was. Maybe
he was the savior.
Maybe he was actually just trying to save these kids.
Let me help you out here, kids. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna frame this up the right way. Over in the Middle East, there's a country that is basically their blueprint for control. Their blueprint for control is espionage. Espionage and basically blackmail and entrapment.
Leverage.
That's how they operate and keep the world effed up. That's how they operate. Espionage, blackmail, and entrapment. But that veil that they've carried for all these years has crumbled.
It hasn't.
Wait. Stanley Kubrick, in the scenario that kids just presented to you, that was involved in that per se, and exposing that in a way, he's just like, I got something for you. The world needs to know. The world needs to know what you do. And this is actually a pretty candy-coated, honey-coated, with sprinkles on top version of what could have been presented. What could have been presented is the truth. And the truth is gory. The truth is inhumane. You can't even necessarily be human to do some of the things some of these people do behind the scenes. You can't. And so I said that the best way I can say that, in the most visceral way I can say that, without putting titles on people and calling out names. But that's the best I can do for that, because it's that effed up.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange situation from front to back, and strange is a very nice word to use. But in the end, there are like in this movie, he delves into, and Triple R did outline it in short, with respect to there being other deities that are being worshipped, and that's a larger part of this general conversation. A lot of these things were in speculation for many years before this movie came out. They continued to be in speculation after the movie came out. We are getting very close to having full-on evidence that this is what's going on. And
ain't no close to it. We know.
I'm trying to be nice. You know what I mean? I'm trying to tiptoe.
Nice, but there's clarity.
I'm trying to tiptoe around this
you keep being nice, kids, but there is clarity, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just being nice for YouTube purposes, because I'm going someplace that is pretty specific, and it's not someplace you really want me to go. But because there are, there's potentially some level of demon worship involved, or Satanism, if you will, involved. People have a very hard time understanding that, and I'm just going to make it as simple to understand as possible. If that is potentially what's going on, you can boil it down to binary code, meaning if one exists, the other exists. Input, output.
That's too deep for the conversation, kids, for now.
I don't think it is. I'm being.
It is. You trying to skirt around the meat of the conversation.
No. I'm not. I'm not. I'm trying to actually get to the crux of the conversation that nobody wants to talk about, and that is.
Explain to them what binary means, first of all.
I will. So binary code is I and O. It's what I base. It's my personal life theory. I base my life on binary code because either it's garbage in or it's garbage out. It's either useful to me or it's completely not useful. I will flush it or use it. That's me in a nutshell. That being said, you can apply that to your own life. You can apply that to just about any other situation. Light switch on, light switch off, power on, power off. That's how we work as a society. That's how DNA works. That's how software works. It all boils into binary code. And what I'm really looking at now is evaluating this situation in the simplest way. If Baal and Moloch exist, and these people are committing these acts as a form of sacrifice and or reverence to these deities, then there is a God. I don't know his name, but he definitely exists.
That's kids. That's let me just stop there because that's this conversation, I think, to be honest with you, to get the full impact of what you're trying to say, I think requires, I think it's a separate part of what we need to talk about. To me, right now, I think that's right now, it's a lot. That's a lot. I just say that, not that you're wrong, but let's just frame that in a different way, because to present that the right way, there's a story to be behind that. You just threw it out there, and there's a story behind it that we can't really describe right now because we got to get ready to close this goddamn thing. The show.
With respect to story and all that, we can get so deep into the weeds with this thing, and that's why I baselined it. There's so much to understand about, like, those two names that I brought up a minute ago, as far as those deities are concerned, where their origins are, why it's important to know that a certain guy just turned around and kind of said that his country might, in some capacity, be down with those guys. Damn. There's so many rabbit holes to really get down into and try to follow and figure out.
Yeah, I don't want you fellas to think that I'm trying to curb what you're trying to get out there. But I know that you guys know that the people in this chat right now that are still here listening and watching this show, give them more credit. I give them more credit than I know. They know exactly what you're talking about. But when this goes out to the masses and the show is over and people start seeing it that ain't part of this community that we have going on, you just got to make sure that you frame up that conversation the right way so there's color to it, and you're just not throwing a word or two out there, a name or two out there, and a situation or two out there. You can put some good framework to it, and that's all I'm trying to do. I respect these people in this chat right now because I know they know. But not everybody's going to understand what you're talking about if that comes out.
Framework, they're doing this stuff for a reason. There's a reason behind it. That reason is of the utmost. It couldn't be any more nefarious than it is. And when I say these people, I mean all of these guys. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about one side or the other side or one version or the other version. All of them, all not good And with respect to that, understand what they're trying to do and go do the knowledge you need to do to be not just prepared, but in a place of understanding with regards as to why this is happening. Because once we all are, a little bit of what Nomad was saying earlier should be the end result. And that is, at some point, we all have to band together and recognize that it's, again, truly us versus them. And the question is, who is the us and who is the them? Figure it out.
All right, man. Let's do this, man. Let me get this off the screen. I think it's time to close this out, man. Not that I want to, but it's just time. It's just time. These are the kinds of shows that I can go on for hours talking about because it taps something in me, and it taps something with everybody. Because guess what? Everybody's feeling, sensing this same frequency, and everybody knows that there's something here that needs to be spoken to, and it's up to us as humans, as citizens, to discuss these things. But man, it's gonna be a hell of a close. That's all I can tell you, because I can't wait to close this goddamn on show. Just because I want to say some stuff, but it's this the human element I'm always going to talk about. But that's at the end. Let's give some shout outs. Let's give some pleasantries before we get ready to get out of here.
Big shout outs to the chat. It's been another Wednesday night. Like, share, subscribe at Sports Chicago Style. Do the same thing at Nomad Network and at Kez the Canuck. At the end of the day, y'all, we're awesome. Thanks for all the chat and all the participation. As per normal, we went across the board to the Chicago Bears and back. In the end, us versus them. Let's get them. Trip.
Yeah, big up to everybody. Reiterate what Ked said. Make sure you're signed up and not signed up, but subscribed to the channels. But if you want to sign up and do one of those off-season mocks, hit the Nomad Live email, because we got to have Samuel Rothstein back on. As we keep the content rolling throughout the off season. And guess what? Teams are now starting to franchise tag people, release people. You saw Miami made roster cuts to free up cap. So shit's going down. So make sure you are subscribed and got the notifications on to the Nomad Network, Keds Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, RRSCS. And stay in the know with the conversation about the Bears, about the drinks, about the recipes, about the possible aliens from space, underwater, or birds, or whatever the subject matter may be. We got you.
Hey man, listen, it was I feel like I touched everything in society tonight that needs to be talked about. That's what I feel like. Everything people in society, I'm talking about everybody. I don't care who you are. I think we probably covered most things. Let's just say, I ain't even gonna say most things. We covered a lot of things in society. And the show design is about that. And to the Bears conversation, we got a few days before Ryan Poles and his staff, the coaches, are down there in Indianapolis for the combine, and they'll be going through all that, and we'll have all kinds of conversations about it. The players we talked about tonight is just about highlighting a few guys that I think we all think they can be a particular help to the team and their traits. I approve of them all. And I think everybody does, but the most important thing I want to talk about tonight is not the doomsday survival. It's not the Bears. It's not all the stuff that we talked about tonight. It's not even the movies we're talking about. But what came from the movie that we were discussing at the end is this. It is to the point, especially in this society here in the United States, where it's got to be. and understanding that race and race differences is being used as a wedge to keep people that are curious about how horrible these people at the top of the echelon are. I'm talking about the people in power, how evil, how devoid of soul they are in power, and the usage of race, which is important to talk about because we have extreme racial differences in this country that need to be spoken to and resolved. And the only way to do that is to live and to learn to understand each other, not to use the talking points from your echo chamber, or not to use your bias of what your pops, what your grandpops taught you, what your grandmother taught you. Learn to see people as they are, as a human. And what happens is when people have that much to hide, and I'm talking about people in those PDF files, when they have that much to hide, what's the strongest thing that you can use in society that will help divert attention from that? Race. Bring up the race card. Bring up the race card. That'll keep them divided. That'll keep that white man from talking to this black man. That'll keep that black man from seeing something in this white man that he sees in himself, and vice versa. They'll keep us on that plane if you allow us to. White man, white woman, black woman, anybody involved, Asian, Latino, all those people that don't look like each other. If you see that as your difference, you missing the goddamn point. You missing it.
Wow. You're starting to sound like a certain guy that wears shades all the time.
Quit finding reasons. Come on, kids, let me finish, man.
I'm giving you props if you
just fucked up a sermon.
It's a great sermon. Keep going. You sound like this awesome guy, though. He's real cool.
Oh God. Bottom line is this, man. Bottom line is this. If you, I don't care what color you are, I don't care what race you are, I don't care. I do care how you vote, because that makes a difference. If you're voting because of any of the things that I just told you previously, you're pretty much a goddamn fool. You vote for people that can help people and that can help us get out from under this oppression. And you don't care what side of the aisle that's on. And I'm not naming names. I'm just telling you, this next voting cycle, I'm telling you, reach in yourself. Reach within yourself and figure this shit out. And know that because I'm black, I'm not your enemy. Because I'm different from you, I'm not your enemy because I'm black. And because you're white, you're not my enemy because you're white. Because you're Asian, you're not my enemy because you're Asian. You're not my enemy because you're Latin. You're not my enemy at fucking all. Who wants me to see you as my enemy is what you need to learn. Who wants that more than anybody else? That's how you figure this shit out. Once you see that, we'll whoop the shit out of these people in power. And we'll be in power. And we can have the kind of world that we want. We'll have the kind of societies that we want. We'll have the kind of growth that we want. We'll have the kind of education. We'll have the kind of healthcare. We'll have the kind of understanding of each other that we want. Quit taking the fee that they're giving you. They're rich. They're never going to have to worry about money. You're trying to figure out how the fuck you're going to answer your increasingly high ass mortgage bill or your rent or how much the food is costing. You're trying to figure out how you're going to make ends meet. They're laughing at some secret gathering. and talking about what they're going to do next and doing things to small people. And you worrying about what somebody fucking looks like. That's the truth. You don't like it? Again, you're probably at the wrong channel, but that is the absolute unadulterated truth. Get it right. And we can be better than you think we can be. This thing can be much better than you think it can be. All we got to do is get filthy, effed up people out of the way. And I don't care whether they're D or R. I don't care. Just get their filthy ass out the way, and we can produce with each other, just being human. But if you don't see that, you're going to probably fall to the wayside. Because that's where society's going. We got to get rid of this bullshit. But that's my take on tonight. I could talk for another hour, but I gotta go, man. And we gotta go. And thank you all for being here. All those that are subscribed to the channel, thank you. Keep up with the support for all three channels, all three at the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style. Keep up the support. Keep pumping that shit in there. We need it. We need y'all. There's no us without y'all. Just know that. And I just want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.